Hi everyone, we're back. I was told the system is back, so please come back. If you don't come back, someone will sing. You don't want anyone to sing. I don't know how to. Okay. We're gonna start. We're gonna go on. Actually, we're gonna restart our panel with our third speaker, Azra Talat Sayed. Azra works with Roots for Equity, an organization that remains committed to being part of communities struggling for social and economic justice. Azra is an activist working for farmers' rights and women's rights. She is the chairperson for International Women's Alliance and the vice chair of the International League of People's Struggles. So please join me in welcoming Azra, and she has a set of slides that she will be using in her talk.
Hello, can you get the presentation started? Thank you. Oh, it did. Okay. So what I've done is I've also put what I'm going to be saying on the screen so it's easy for people to follow. But I wonder how am I going to do that because I will have to turn around. So what I'm going to present is very close to what Dr. Friedman just talked about, and that's livestock. In Pakistan, where a country where I live and I work with peasants, there is a huge attack on the lives and livelihoods of peasants, especially in the context of livestock. And I will try and present that, how critical, as Dr. Harriet has already explained, livestock is part and parcel of the biodiversity, which is essential for our lives in many, many different ways. In the past years, since the formation of the WTO, the World Trade Organization, there has been an attack, a vicious attack on seeds, which are the very base of life. And now the second attack is on livestock, which actually is part and parcel of our planet. The planet which provides us with food is based on all genetic resources, and that's what is driving this greed from the capitalist economy. So I will start. Maybe it will be easier for me to read from here. Okay, so in Pakistan, the Global Hunger Index has ranked Pakistan 99 out of 116 nations. It has been slated as suffering from serious degree of hunger currently. There is severe food price inflation at the moment, and it has been in the double digits for the past 3 to 4 years. The cost of food has been 10 to 19% higher than the previous year in urban areas and 12 to 23% in rural areas. The food crisis is the manifestation of not only the Ukraine war, but also a result of the severe climate crisis faced by the country. Many of you would know there was a huge flood last year. It was known as monster monsoon. In the past months, there have been many instances of food stampedes as people wait in long lines to access free or subsidized wheat flour. With more than 7 people killed and the numbers have gone up since I wrote this last week. With more than, I think it's about 12 people have been killed, including women. There are already protests on the ground at the brutal police force being used at these flour distribution points. In addition, the country has extremely depleted foreign exchange reserves and is reeling under the astronomical debt of approximately 126 billion American dollars. No doubt, the current food, climate, and economic crisis in the country can be linked to the semi-colonial, semi-feudal mode of production, which we see in Pakistan. Under this framework, a small bureaucratic elite continue to develop and implement policies that cater to the self-interest of the small, powerful minority class of local elite and the highly industrialized capitalist class of imperialist nations, of which, of course, Germany is one. Okay. Having made this statement, it certainly needs further clarification. The main source of wealth in an agrarian economy is, of course, land. According to Government of Pakistan data, in 1947, when we came out from the British colonialism, and there was a transfer of power to the Pakistani elite, only 7% of landowners owned 53% of land. In 2013, according to government data, now 5% of agriculture households own 64% of farmland. In short, instead of lessening of land concentration, it has increased. In essence, 36% of land is held by 95% of farmers, small farmers, of which 80% of small farmers own less than 5 acres of land, and women have less than 2% of land. So although no concrete figures are available, a second intensely critical player is the Pakistan Army, which has vast land holdings. Just in the past month, 45,000 acres of land had been handed over by the government to the military for overseeing corporate agriculture, and one has to ask, is the army there to do agriculture or defend our boundaries, of which it does a very poor job? So, however powerful the local elite are, imperialist powers, especially the United States, has had a deeper political and economic control of the country. This is especially so for food and agriculture. Apart from direct policy directives from the United States state, capitalist institutions such as the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization have played a critical, disastrous impact on policy development and implementation, generally and especially in agriculture. So let me quote a US Senator Rupert Humphrey, who in 1957 stated the following: "I have heard that people may become dependent on us for food. I know that was not supposed to be good news. To me, that was good news because before people can do anything, they have to eat. And if you are looking for a way to get people to lean on you, to be dependent on you in terms of their cooperation with you, it seems to me that food dependence would be terrific." So this shows you the mindset of imperialist nations. It was with this mindset that the Green Revolution technologies were introduced in the neo-colonial countries, including Pakistan. With land under control of feudal lords, a country under military dictatorship of President General Ayub Khan, Green Revolution was imposed, which Dr. Harriet just talked about, was imposed by force, replacing indigenous seeds with high-yielding varieties, especially for staple crops, for wheat, rice, and maize. More than 60 years of intense use of chemical fertilizers and very toxic pesticides have basically wiped out all indigenous seeds for grains and vegetables and has harmed biodiversity intensely. The most common example cited by local people is of honeybees that are now rarely seen, and pure honey is a very expensive, precious commodity. The constant land grabbing, especially by the powerful political players in real estate, including the military, have destroyed large tracts of mangrove forests that are intensely critical for saving our fisherfolk communities, for livelihood, for saving fauna and flora, and is a source of fresh oxygen for cities like Karachi, which have more than 20 million people living in it, and for mitigating climate change. But that is certainly not happening. So with the formation of the World Trade Organization in 1995, it subjected the agriculture sector to a binding set of agreements for the first time. Critical WTO agreements such as the Agreement on Agriculture, also known as AOA generally amongst activists, the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, the TRIPS agreement, which is so detrimental, were a vicious attack. Sorry, huh? I'm very sorry. were a vicious attack on farmers, especially small and landless farmers. Neoliberal policies, not only through the WTO, but structural adjustment programs of the IMF and the World Bank, based on deregulation, privatization, and liberalization, were unleashed on the very poor subsistence farmers in neo-colonial countries. Of course, Pakistan. TRIPS agreement became the basis for the adoption of the Pakistan Seeds Amendment Act, the Plant Breeders' Rights Act, and has paved the way for selective sale and planting of genetically modified seeds. And we don't need to add that privatization of the seed sector has been carried out on the behest of the World Bank. This is based on the government data again. In 2008, an alliance of small and landless farmers called Pakistan Kisan Mazdoor Tehreek, PKMT, was formed as a response to the liberalization of food and agriculture. The 14 years of struggle by the landless farmers have been marked by many ups and downs, especially in the context of increasing membership of landless women. And agricultures from religious minorities, the Hindus and the Christians, which are a very small minority in Pakistan. Pakistan is based on Islam. The extremist religious tendencies have seen a sharp rise in the 1980s after the support of the United States. In the Afghan war in the 1980s by one of the worst dictators in the history of our country, but I think in the world maybe, General Ziaul Haq's regime. The impact on women's lives, their mobility, and public participation has been sharply curtailed and has had a crippling effect on women's liberation in the country, especially in rural environment. Another aspect of Islamization has been that in 1989, a Shariat appellate bench of the Supreme Court declared land reforms in Pakistan as un-Islamic. How convenient. PKMT has had to struggle for food sovereignty in such a regressive political and economic environment unleashed by forces of neoliberalism and religious fanaticism that are in essence two sides of the same coin, imperialism. In order to hold its mass, build its mass among the peasantry, PKMT's key strategy has been to launch consistent nationwide political education programs discussing neoliberalism's impact on the lives and livelihood of the peasantry. The programs range from village to provincial to national political activist trainings that include segregated village-based programs with women and young girls. A particular case study is being discussed here that will focus on class and patriarchal elements of a society and their impacts on biodiversity. So I will particularly talk about what is happening in the dairy and livestock sector. Let me just say this, that more than 90% of livestock is reared and looked after by women across the country, all 4 provinces. And so when they attack livestock, you actually attack women's access to food, access to income, access to fuel, access to animals, and it's a massacre. Pakistan is based in a land which has a history as old as 5,000 years. It is home to Mehergarh, which is about 7,000 BCE, the Indus Valley Civilization, and Harappa. Our genetic resources have evolved through these millennia. Small and landless farmers with women in the forefront, through their back-breaking labor, traditional practices, and indigenous knowledge have played a key role in conserving local and indigenous livestock breeds, as well as evolving seeds, the very base of biodiversity. It is in this backdrop that Pakistan proudly claims to be the 4th largest milk producer in the world. But now dairy transnational corporations have initiated a vicious attack on the livestock sector in Pakistan. The base continues to be the World Trade Organization's agreement, especially the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement and the technical barriers to trade agreement. through the use of the Codex Alimentarius, which is a body in the Food and Agriculture Organization, part of the UN. FAO sets food safety and animal and plant health standards. In this context, the government in all provinces has set up food authorities, passing the pure food regulations, especially the food regulations of 2018, to impose various restrictions on the production, processing, and sale of food. Punjab and Sindh, two of the major provinces of the country, so Punjab and Sindh Pure Food Authorities have issued orders that fresh, natural, open milk cannot be sold and can be sold only after pasteurization. For businesses that are producing milk and other milk products have to undergo a complex process of registration with the government authorities to be able to operate in the dairy sector. These homogenizing rules and processes are the direct result of globalized, industrialized approach to food production that allows only large commercial sectors to remain viable in the face of highly technical, expensive regulatory standards. At the moment, at least 90% of milk sales is from small producers, with Punjab accounting for almost 70% of the livestock and agriculture sector. It is well understood that almost 90% of livestock care is in the hands of landless rural women across the country. And ordinary rural households earn 35 to 40% of their income from livestock. In addition, animal dung is a critical product needed for compost preparation, soil fertility, as well as fuel for household needs. Hence, sanitary and phytosanitary measures has taken on a critical importance for landless women farmers. The transnational dairy corporations fully understand not only the lucrative market that milk and a range of value-added dairy products such as butter, cheese, cream, yogurt, buttermilk implies. Pakistan has some of the best cows and buffalo species that yield rich, creamy milk, with some very good breeds among cows include Sahiwal, Red Sindhi, Tharparkar, Haryana, Kankaraj, Gir, and Ongol, all originating from Pakistan. European, US, and Australian companies want to replace these with their hybrid animals, who though are highly productive, they give 40 liters of milk per day, which is not drinkable. And so they have these hybrid animals who are highly productive in milk quantity, but have very poor quality of milk. These corporations have been in the forefront of trying to wrench control of livestock and dairy from the small farmers, from the landless farmers, not only in Pakistan, but in many of the new colonial countries. There is now an importation of live cattle, including Holstein Friesian cows. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I'm sure you have. You live in Europe. Big fat cows, as long as this room. And semen, including semen for animal breeding, as well as imported varieties of fodder and fodder seed is being promoted in the Pakistani market. So it's a whole range of market products. It's not only the animals. As has been stated earlier, a very large majority of farmers in the country do not own land. Most landless will lease land for growing fodder. The onslaught of open market policies has increased the land lease sky high. It's going up almost daily. As well as the cost of agriculture production is driving more and more farmers into debt, ultimately driving them off land. Once farmers cannot afford to lease land, they will have to sell their animals, as feeding them through the market purchase fodder is simply not affordable. It's like eating out every day, which most of us in our countries, we cannot afford to eat out every day. So what PKMT has done, once PKMT understood the politics behind the pure food authorities, there is a problem. You can't speak fast. You have to, it's okay. That's our word, no? It's okay. Once PKMT understood the politics behind the pure food authorities restricting the sale of milk in the open market, the issue was taken up with women farmers in Sahiwal district, which is the most well-known area for one of the best cows that we have. Women farmers were initially organized in Sahiwal, and then the issue was taken up across the country with not only women, but all farmers, including consumer groups, urban milk sellers, and other public forums. A broad 6-month campaign on safe and nutritious food was launched last year. This year, on March 8th, just last month, a 3-month campaign was launched titled Save Our Invaluable Rural Assets, campaign against corporate capture of dairy and livestock sector. The campaign includes radio messages, TV programs, podcasts, rallies, press conferences, and so on. For reaching the masses, more than 500,000 pamphlets are being distributed by foot by farmers from one area to the other at public points such as transport centers, local bazaars, and so on. So you can see, just yesterday this came. They're destroying milk. You know, for us, this is the month of Ramadan. And how dare they destroy milk when people are going hungry? So there is a clear divide in society. The understanding that genetic resources are critical pillars of health safety, health-safe ecological systems, as well as a critical makeup of rural communities' food and livelihood source is absent. The issue of health and hygiene in the context of milk is also very gentrified, given over to the capitalist science. The Pakistan Medical Association is fully supporting the call for milk pasteurization, with no understanding that such a move will basically put the entire production, distribution, and sale of milk into the hands of the dairy sector corporate giants, such as Nestlé. Recently, one of the biggest local dairy corporations was bought by a French corporation called Friesland Campina. It makes no difference to educated professional classes that 80% of the country has no access to clean water and are fully falling victims to the intense print and electronic media propaganda being propagated by corporations. On a discussion with some of the Pakistan Medical Association members, it was clear they had been taken on tours to dairy corporations, cattle farms, and so on. For them, milk adulteration carried out by milkmen must be stopped. For them, and the way to do so was to hand it over to the industrialist who will invest the money in the country. So it's actually two very powerful lobbies feeding each other. That other approaches to safeguarding people's health and nutrition, especially for women and young children, is not part of that discourse. So while women and young girls are living under very anemic conditions, this is widely discussed, and you know how these urban people will say, oh, it's so bad, you know, tutted it over the understanding that whole milk is a complete nutritious diet for women and young girls, is more accessible for rural communities if they have milk animals, is not fully comprehended. So there's a huge class divide, and there is an urban-rural divide, which I think Doctor also talked about. Once milk and dairy products are in the hands of the profit-hungry corporate sector, the entire working class and rural communities will be unable to access this product. The imperialist control over economic resources and the intense harm to the natural environment, climate crisis, and the context of climate imperialism is missing from debates, discussions, and advocacy. Unfortunately, feminist politics is also, by and large, on liberal grounds, most often based on very simplistic understandings of human rights, with advocacy centering on social issues of patriarchy, emphasizing violence against women. The common class difference, urban-rural divide, is highly polarized, and issues faced by rural women is very vaguely understood. I would like to finish by touching on the intense climate crisis faced by Pakistan. Pakistan has more than 7,000 glaciers sitting on its top. It has the largest number of glaciers after the Arctic poles. It has contributed less than 1% to global carbon emissions, yet it is one of the 10 most vulnerable countries suffering from climate change. The recent floods resulted in the loss of more than 1 million livestock, with further pauperization of the rural communities, especially in Sindh. Just last month, there were hailstorms that also destroyed considerable amount of almost ready-to-harvest wheat crops. Despite Pakistan being ranked at 8th in producing wheat, 10th in rice, 5th in sugarcane, 4th in milk, a 2019 report of the State Bank of Pakistan showed that nearly 37% of households are food insecure, and the situation from 2019 to now, given COVID-19 has happened, and there was a very bad flood last year, which destroyed not only wheat, it also destroyed rice. So most of the major food crops were destroyed. Even under this such vast destruction, the IMF continues to impose inhumane loan conditions, just now. So, however, I will just finish with this. It is these very conditions that give impetus to struggles like those being mounted by the Pakistan Kisan Mazdoor Tehreek and other militant organizations across the world. To increase women militant struggles, develop militant people's armies, to build solidarity among struggling communities and movements, and to fight for natural liberation is the only way to overcome the semi-feudal, semi-colonial mode of production. Thank you.
Thank you, Azra, for this very inspiring end to your talk. And I want to thank the translators for keeping up with all these talks and the speed of the talks. I also would like to thank my panelists because they're under conflicting demands of cutting it short, but also speaking slowly. But if we don't have this, we will have very little time for lunch. So I will keep pushing you to stay within 20-minute limits. With that note, we're going to move on to our fourth speaker, Xena Reich. Xena is part of Ende Gelände. The alliance organizes mass actions of civil disobedience against fossil infrastructure in Germany. While focusing on blocking and coal at first, the group has shifted their focus to gas in 2020. The general goal has stayed the same, though: to challenge the colonial, fossil, capitalist status quo and strive for global climate justice. So please welcome Xena.
Thank you. I am very honored to speak here today as a voice from the climate justice movement in Europe, or to be more specific, in Germany. I was invited to talk about the climate struggles here, about current strategies and trends in the climate movement, but I will also very briefly talk about the false solutions that the neoliberals and the capitalist states offer about green capitalism and green colonialism. So let's have a look at the climate justice movement and at the climate movement in general. As you can see, I'm already making a differentiation here. So what is climate justice? This will be nothing new to some of you, but I think it's good to repeat it every now and then. The concept of climate justice focuses on the discrepancy between who is historically responsible for climate change, for the climate crisis, versus who suffers the consequences most heavily. We just heard from Azra, Pakistan is one example. It's Western countries, the global north, which historically caused most greenhouse gas emissions. And the ones suffering the consequences most heavily are mostly countries of the global south. There is the ruling class accumulating wealth, now building bunkers to hide out and prepping for extreme weather events, or if society collapses, as they say. And here is us, without bunkers, but building communities to rely on. We understand that climate change is not just a physical problem, a problem of natural science, but a matter of social justice, a matter of class, and a matter of global north versus global south. All coastal areas will be affected by rising sea levels, but to give a very simple example, we can compare the Netherlands to Bangladesh. The Netherlands have enough capital to build higher dams or even swimming cities, while Bangladesh doesn't have the same means to protect itself. Climate justice, as we understand it, is a concept that goes with a critique of colonialism and capitalism. It looks at power structures and at capital accumulation. Climate justice also centers frontline communities as leaders of the global struggle. That's communities directly affected by fossil fuel projects. Indigenous communities play a particularly vital role. Firstly, for obvious anti-colonial reasons, these communities have been dehumanized and erased for centuries, and these attacks simply must stop. And secondly, because 80% of global biodiversity lives on lands that belong to indigenous people, even though they are less than 5% of the world's human population. Again, 80% of all species on this planet live on indigenous lands. Supporting the struggle of indigenous communities and protecting indigenous land rights therefore means protecting biodiversity. So the global climate justice movement is led by indigenous communities, and they are one center in our analysis. They have been fighting the longest and the hardest, and we, as people who grew up in Germany, in a center of capitalist modernity, we have a lot to learn from them and from anti-colonial struggles in general. So that was a basic introduction to climate justice. Having that said, let's get back to look at what the climate justice movement in Germany has been doing, and more broadly, what the climate movement here has been doing. Only 15 years ago, the climate movement here was incredibly small, especially regarding groups with an anti-capitalist analysis. It was probably a handful. In 2010, the first climate camp took place in the Rhineland, near Cologne. In 2011, the first camp in Lusatia in eastern Germany followed. 2012, the Hambacher Forst was occupied, an ancient forest in the Rhineland that was getting more and more destroyed for coal mining. 2015, the movement organized its first mass action of civil disobedience against a lignite mine, that's these big open cast mines for brown coal, applying methods developed in the anti-nuclear movement. So in the anti-nuclear movement, people had put on white suits in their actions to block castor trains transporting nuclear waste. And they developed specific blocking techniques, like how to get through police lines, how to organize and how to guide hundreds of people, and how to have democratic decisions in the action in very dynamic situations. These were the same methods we used later to block these massive coal pits with thousands of people. This alliance named itself Ende Gelände, and our aim was to build up the movement, get more people involved, to put climate on the agenda, and to pinpoint the cause of the problem, capitalism. Surprise. Years of movement building followed with mass actions and forest occupations. We connected with frontline struggles around the world, and we did community organizing in the villages around the coal pits. Coal companies have been tearing down villages, forests, and agricultural lands for decades, and relocating 10,000s of people. These people are the ones we cooperated with locally, and we connected them with people from the global south who were fighting against coal mining in their regions. And this is really quite the success story. Most of these people in the German villages, they weren't social justice warriors or socialists or anarchists. They were regular people, angry about getting their house taken away, about losing their farm, and the soil there is one of the best soils in Europe. They were angry about their own situation. But when they spoke to people from Bangladesh, from Colombia, or from the Pacific Islands, they realized, hold on, people all over the world are losing their homes for this economy built on fossil fuels. So suddenly, the not very political farmer is talking about the climate crisis, about colonialism, about capitalism. I like to tell this story particularly because many leftists here are very subcultural. They see themselves as separate from society and just look for the mistakes that the normal people make. So as soon as someone uses the wrong word or says something sexist, which is annoying, of course, most leftists don't want to work with them anymore. But that's a strategy to stay marginal, not a strategy to actually build up power and change something. So we build these relationships, and after some time, we can also have the conversation about these sexist jokes, and people actually listen and consider what we're saying and change. So we had great experiences with this community organizing in the coal mining areas. The movement was getting bigger from year to year, and then suddenly everything happened really fast. October 2018, the Hambacher Forst became a crystallization point of ecological resistance, with thousands of people protesting and putting their bodies in the way to prevent further destruction. Coincidentally, just a few weeks later, Greta Thunberg received worldwide attention and inspired students all over the world to start Fridays for Future groups. So 2019, as you know, became the big year of the climate movement, with many young people getting involved who weren't politicized before in Germany, but also around the world. The COVID pandemic has made everything more difficult for some time. I don't want to bore you with this topic, we all know. But we continued doing some work. We as Ende Gelände switched focus from coal to gas, fossil gas, and other comrades built up Lützerath as a crystallization point. It's a village next to a coal mine that was destroyed now. Generally speaking, since 2019, the climate movement became incredibly diverse and many new organizations popped up. I thought a lot about how to summarize what's been happening, and I came up with 5 trends in the climate movement in the past couple of years. Now I have to say sorry to the translators, because in their version it's 4 trends, but now it's 5. So the 3 is, yeah, okay. This is based on my experience, my general impressions. It's not carved in stone. As you see, I got another thing. And I'm happy to discuss them later on as well. Maybe we find 6 and 7 and 8, I don't know. Okay, so the first trend. Newer groups emerge with people who didn't have any experience or anti-capitalist analysis before. But they get into the struggle with a lot of desperation, which is understandable because we're so close to crossing red lines of the climate, to go past 1.5 degrees, to go past tipping points, and to trigger self-reinforcing cycles, meaning that the climate will heat itself up even without any more human activity. So the desperation is very understandable. But of course, when you are led mostly by the desperation and lack an understanding of the climate crisis being connected to capitalism, this is quite dangerous. If you don't see the cause of the problem right, you won't fight for the necessary solutions. So sometimes the demands of these groups can be rather reformist. The second trend is that mass actions of civil disobedience, such as Ende Gelände, change. These actions want to block fossil infrastructure, and most of them used to be occupying fossil infrastructure without destroying anything. Now we see a trend to sabotage, which means breaking the machines there. People think we haven't done enough yet. We have to go one step further and sabotage fossil fuel companies to keep them from destroying the world further. The third trend is a decolonization of the movement itself. So climate activists of color have criticized the whiteness of the climate movement and gave very necessary critiques. This, I wouldn't say this is a new trend. This is always part of the struggle, and it's still not over. So it's an ongoing reflection on anti-racism within the movement that's very necessary. The fourth trend. Many climate activists are going into organizing workers or supporting unions, especially in sectors that are relevant for an ecological transition, public transport, for example. The last big global strike of Fridays for Future was connected to a strike of the union Verdi, focusing on workers in public transport. This is great news, but it also showed the typical problems when you work with the big unions in Germany. They are not political unions. They are Einheitsgewerkschaften, unity unions. So workers from different political spectrums get together to work only for their common interests in the job, getting higher wages, shorter working hours, etc. But political strike for larger goals, this is illegal in Germany. It's a bit complicated legally, but political strikes are generally considered to be illegal. Very absurd. So a general strike because people are unhappy with the climate policies of this government, that's considered illegal. So even now, when Verdi went on strike for higher wages and combined that with Fridays for Future strikes, it was a big scandal. And some people said, this is illegal, this is too political. Of course, it was mainly the business people and industry bosses, but still, the legal situation here is difficult. To put it simply, unions are only allowed to strike for wages and other stuff directly connected to the job, not for political things like the climate. As you can see, it's really a bit of a shit show. We do make some steps in the right direction by pushing the limits of what strikes can do. I also would still say working with unions, working with workers remains so important from a materialist analysis as well. But it's always contradictory to do that in Germany with the big unions. And I suppose we have to fight for the right for political strike first, just as an idea on the side. We'll see. Oh, 5 minutes. Whew. So the fifth trend is that there's more talk about expropriation or socialization of energy infrastructure to seize the means of production and democratize them. This goes with debates around energy democracy and energy poverty. Every year, more than 300,000 households in Germany, more than 300,000 get their energy cut off because they cannot pay their bills in one of the richest countries in the world. So we see again, question of climate and energy being connected with social struggles. I'm skipping something, just so you know, okay. I would like to use the last couple minutes to talk about the false solutions of green capitalism and green colonialism. So we talked about the climate movement, now we talk about the anti-climate movement, the capitalists. The typical response of neoliberals to the climate crisis is, don't worry, technology will solve it. So they often say technologieoffen nach Lösungen suchen, to be technology open, open for any technology. Of course, this is just a distraction tactic. Not every technology makes sense. And as we will see, this is also a strategy to keep fossil industries running as long as possible. The example I want to talk about today is hydrogen, Wasserstoff. there is this huge hype to use hydrogen for everything, even when it doesn't make sense. It can be used for some industries that are hard to electrify, like steel production, but it has a very high cost of production. We call it the champagne of the energy transition. There's only a very limited amount, and it's very expensive. But neoliberals and conservatives want to use it for everything. For heating houses, for example, where we have much better solutions: solar heat, geothermal heat, heat pumps. But neoliberals, they fight to keep gas heaters running so the poor fossil gas industry can keep going. So they say, hey, some of these gas heaters, they will be able to operate with hydrogen soon. And if we use green hydrogen, that's renewable, right? So let's keep the gas heaters. We have to stay technology open. Et voila, gas heaters everywhere instead of the renewable solutions that would make most sense. Same goes for LNG infrastructure. They build LNG terminals, say it's to import green hydrogen later, but now we just import fossil gas and there won't be so much green hydrogen. Yes, so-called green hydrogen is being produced with renewable energy, but most hydrogen worldwide comes from fossil sources or from nuclear energy. Most hydrogen is not green at all. So I like to let people guess. You heard a lot about green hydrogen. What do you think, how much percent in the world, how much percent of hydrogen is green? 20% maybe? 5%? It's less than 0.1%. The champagne of the energy transition. It's absurd. And this is what we cancel the ban on gas heaters for now. So to increase the amount of green hydrogen, states of the global north do the same thing they did for the past few centuries. Just go to the global south and take their resources. So they go to Tunisia, Namibia, though it used to be a German colony, maybe some historical lines we can draw here, to South Africa. They want to build huge solar parks and then turn the energy into hydrogen and then import that energy to Europe. Meanwhile, these countries themselves are still very heavily dependent on fossil fuels. It would make so much more sense when you build a solar park there to use the energy there, not convert it. You lose a lot of energy. It's very inefficient. Use the energy there so the coal power plant next door can be turned off. And I haven't even started to talk about the water issue. For all of these countries, water scarcity is becoming a bigger and bigger problem from year to year. Hydrogen is made from water. So the European plans to produce hydrogen in these arid, dry, hot countries also aggravates the water scarcity. So just to paint a picture, okay? Imagine this huge solar park in Namibia, solar panels with a big building to produce hydrogen next door, a big fence around it, military with guns, maybe some drones to keep local people from breaking in and take the water. And there's a big billboard saying, wow, green economy of Europe, advertising the green economy of Europe. That's what we mean when we speak about green colonialism, and this is the green capitalist, capitalist modernity that we are currently seeing that's developing. So I've been talking a lot about hydrogen now, and I do think it's important to learn about these technologies, to call out neoliberal bullshit when you hear it. And we also need to know this stuff because we need to build something better. The democratic modernity we want to build will also need energy infrastructure. And this infrastructure must be renewable and democratic. Renewables tend to be more democratic anyway, because most of them are more decentral. Fossil fuels need big drilling companies, they need refineries, etc. It's a very centralized industry complexes that are easy to control by a state. If everyone has their own solar panel on their roof, it's a lot harder to cut a whole town off the electricity. This is quite important when we look at war-torn regions, Syria, Rojava, for example. So even on this level, renewables promote resilience and security. But the general sentiment is, of course, technologies alone are not the solutions. We need radical changes in the economic system and in our relation to nature. I think you will be talking more about this now. It would be absurd to think that humans are separate from nature. Our struggles, they are not about saving the planet. They are about saving our means of livelihoods, the basis of our lives, creating a system that provides security and justice, sharing all resources and wealth. I'm proud to be in this struggle with you all, and I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Xena, for this, again, another inspiring talk, and which kind of brings us to the last talk of our speakers of the panel, Davide Grasso. Davide has PhD in moral theoretical philosophy and philosophical hermeneutics at the University of Turin, where he holds a postdoctoral research fellowship in general sociology. A founding member of the Italian Network for Kurdish Studies, he has conducted field research in Syria, Turkey, and Iraq. As an active supporter of the Kurdish liberation movement, he has cooperated with the autonomous administration of North and East Syria, analyzing the Confederal Revolution in its book, Il Fiore dal Deserto. His report of the liberation of Manbij by the STV Hevalen is currently under translation in Kurmanji. So please welcome Davide for the last talk of our panel.
Thank you. L'espeke ez dihozim hemmo hevalan kud ez eve konferansa lidardikin biparzen silavbikin un spasbikim. And also I would like to express my personal outrage for the University of Hamburg not being able to fulfill its role of protecting freedom of speech and freedom of expression and discussion today. And so this calls us once more to the task of protecting the Kurdish liberation movement in Europe. Also because actually I think this movement is one of the few, if not the only one in the world right now that can help us to learn not only about how to analyze and criticize capitalist modernity, but even on how to find a way out of it and how to organize and struggle and even win the fight for ecologic freedom. And even, I will try to, in a few words today, explain even how to maybe win it without becoming monsters, which is not to be taken for granted when it comes to political change, revolutions, or political struggle. I will try to list just 3 examples, in my opinion, important, that we can single out in the work of Abdullah Öcalan and also Mare Bookchin, for that matter. They can help us to figure out how to conduct the struggle for ecologic freedom that might be successful. The first is the challenge to modernity, to capitalist modernity, not to be understood as a fight against modernity itself. In fact, in his work, Beyond the State, Power and Violence, Abdullah Öcalan tells that the beginning of modernity, the Renaissance here in Europe, was actually a reaction and a rebellion against a certain condemnation of nature and of corporeality that was qualifying previous thought, especially in religious terms in Europe, that was also related to a certain inclination to a domination attitude. And so, in fact, the development of modernity is both in Europe and then elsewhere characterized by this re-evaluation of nature on one side, and then to, let's say, an use of the new knowledge that enabled to dominate nature even more effectively. In fact, Öcalan confronts the current opinion, as he calls it, about the existence of an inherent link between capitalism and modernity, and speaks of a friction between capitalism and a certain spirit of the Renaissance, writing that it would be wrong to all the science and technology responsible for the process of capitalist destruction of nature. They are, he writes, not at fault in this regard, because the positivist conception of technique and science do not represent a destiny for modernity, humanity, and science itself. So in this sense, we should, first of all, conceive our struggle as a struggle for a different modernity, a democratic and ecological modernity. That, of course, entails a sort of change, a reversal of social relations, a transformation, what Öcalan himself calls a passage in many instances of beyond the state. And in fact, this passage is qualified by Öcalan as a deactivation of a mode of conceiving social relations and the relations between humans and nature. Deactivation is the English translation of the original by Öcalan, that has been also translated in German as Zurückdrängen, and interestingly, in the Italian translation, has been translated as repressione of this mode of conceiving social relations, so sort of repression of a mentality that characterized capitalist conception of modernity. Of course, a deactivation of a mentality is a metaphorical expression. We cannot deactivate capitalism as it was a physical, tangible machine with a bottom. So it is an intangible machine related to mindset and culture in the end. And that is why Murray Bookchin, in his works about the democratic confederalism of the 90s, spoke about the centrality of education in order to accompany a process of transition from oppression to liberation, calling it in Greek paideia. And I would like to conclude this second part of my intervention by trying to see how, in fact, this idea of educating ourselves and others toward an ecologic society entails some contradictions and some challenges, in fact, that we should not remove, we should, in fact, face openly. The concept of paideia education, or per verde il kurmanji, is, in fact, necessarily tied to a sort of hierarchy. There is no education without a hierarchical relation between those who educate and those who are educated. And that is why also a certain idea of authority, and it is my second point, need to be challenged as the current oppressive, dominant authority, but at the same time deconstructed in the sense that we also need some sort of power, authority, and organization and force in order to organize and lead a process that would actually, and not just in our imagination, bring to a new society. And in fact, in northeastern Syria, it happened to me to attend some genealogy seminars where some friends counterposed, in fact, the Kurmanji word autorité, authority, with destillatari or destillat in the sense of domination. And they were right, at least etymologically, because the word authority, in fact, comes from Latin auctor, which comes as its turn from Latin augeo, which means to let it grow, to create. In fact, originally, the auctoritas is the respect that is due to those who are able to create something, to sustain something, to let it grow. So it's something different from that what became later. If we aim at creating some transition, then we need to, I think, also to study what Bookchin and Öcalan have said in terms of authority and its characters. For example, in Ecology and Freedom, Barry Mukchin wrote of the evidence of a sort of authority in organic societies that have been free from coercion and command, but not from constraints, and in this sense from authority. He wrote, there is in the organic proletaire society of farmers and hunters some leadership. This, however, often turns out to be guidance. So guidance in positive terms, something that is useful because you have some knowledge and you share with others. And I think also this is related to the name that we give to, the qualification that we give to President Abdullah Öcalan as a rebel, the person that is able to open the way. And Öcalan himself states, always in the work Beyond the State, that some hierarchical authority was already present in the original communist society of the Neolithic. It was determined by the interest of society, since authorities gained respect and loyalty to the extent to which they returned, distributed, and shared the good produced by everyone. This pre-state and communist world only approved hierarchies if they were useful, that is in terms of an efficiency tied to generosity. Why am I stressing this ostensible paradox of a fight against modernity, against authority, that in fact also needs to deconstruct and reevaluate differently the very concepts of modernity and authority? Because in the end, on one side, we cannot prevent ourselves to try to win this fight for ecological freedom. On the other, this means that we have to take responsibility to imagine something practical as a possible transition. But at the other side, of course, we do not want to fall in the traps of previous revolutions or previous attempts to change society, as Öcalan would say, of a social engineering of society in positivistic terms. So we want to succeed fully. And that brings us to the last question, that is, so what kind of person, what kind of personality, what kind of people and militants would be able to achieve such a goal? So to open up a transition, a revolutionary transition maybe toward an ecological society that is not, let's say, re-instantiation of domination and of statist mentality. We have this trace. We have a sort of functional power, as Bookchin would say, of guidance. Useful hierarchies existed already in the Neolithic, would say Öcalan. But what I think is really telling, especially in the work of Öcalan, that in this respect is even deeper, profounder, I think, than that of Bookchin, is the idea that the ecological struggle is not just a struggle in society or against the dominant forces that are dominating and devastating nature, but it's also a fight inside ourselves. It's not just a moral fight in the sense of becoming ecological people in our daily behaviors. That, of course, is important, but it's something deeper. It has to do with the rebalancing of different forms of intelligence that we have in our personality that corresponds, in fact, to the rebalancing of the relationship between the humankind and nature. Öcalan distinguishes between emotional intelligence that performs most effectively and mechanically, almost, a protective function through its immediate response to stimuli, and then on the other side, an analytical intelligence that produces a fantasy world of ideas and concepts, discerning, subdividing the real and even the unreal. So this second intelligence, in fact, is related historically also to the capability to organize society and to organize even militarily, to organize even violence, such as in the beginning of civilization with the civilization of the hunters, where the principle of hunt, Öcalan points out in Manifesto 2, is since antiquity to deceive other living beings in order to kill them and trap them. So, in fact, analytic intelligence in Öcalan theory is not responsible, but the imbalance and the domination of analytic intelligence over emotional intelligence has been decisive in order to build a patriarchal and statist culture during history. But it is also interesting that Öcalan, on the other side, says that the intersection of analytical and emotional dimensions of intelligence is to be considered one of the greatest qualities of the human being. So it is not about destroying analytic intelligence or analysis as much as it is not destroying modernity as such. It is about to found some new balance, not only between the humans and nature, but also between each single human and his or her own nature. Analytic intelligence, and I'm really concluding, analytic intelligence is in fact important also for our struggle. It is important especially when struggle becomes harder. The impulse to antagonize the established social order may be emotional, but the subversive political choice is deliberate, rational, and somewhat also calculated. The very tactics and strategies deployed by activists, revolutionaries, dissidents require calculation, analysis, and cunning even, precisely because the oppressive forces are hunting those who are opposing them, and therefore analytic intelligence not just was important for hunters in pre-literate times, but is important for guerrillas or for fighters or for dissidents today. What we need is to build a militant personality, Öcalan thinks, that is able to use analytic intelligence without being enslaved to it. And therefore the revolutionary confederalist militant and the militant that is able to strive successfully for an ecologic freedom in the future, we hope the near future, need to rely very much also to emotional intelligence. And that is something that may appear a little bit, I don't know, banal or to be taken for granted, but actually I think one of the suggestions that comes stronger from the Kurdish movement for those who had the privilege or have the privilege to interact with the Kurdish militants is that they are able to be analytical, at the same time they keep emotional all the way, and therefore they are maybe trying and maybe also succeeding to suggest a way of being that is to be political without becoming monsters, but at the same time to be actually political. So to challenge effectively the enemy, proposing and practicing an actual alternative. Thank you.
I didn't even have to remind him of time. So we have officially 15 minutes until lunch, but I think maybe if you are all okay with it, we can go over time a little bit. And we'll take questions, but for the sake of saving time, we have decided to take maybe 2 or 3 questions at a time and then give a chance to the panelists to address, if the questions are addressing one person in specific, they can pick it up, or kind of do maybe address them in conjunction with each other. So it's your turn. I don't know how to do this. You can stand up, but I think you need the microphone.
Well, one obvious question is related to the question of climate justice and linking to the previous conversations, which is the term itself needing an aggressive rethinking? Because it seems to me that framing around climate is already missing the larger scope of ecological destruction.
Hi, I'm not. I don't know if you're aware of the theory of the parasite states made by Gottfried Appel and Torkel Lauesen, but there the analysis is that in imperialist states these days the working class's interests are quite close to the bourgeois class, as the most of the income and the living standards and wages come basically appropriated by super profits from the, I don't know, global south, which makes in short term the kind of Western working class against the kind of global working class. I don't know if this is something you have thought, or if this kind of brings any thoughts to you.
Yes, my name is Dimitri Ursopoulos. It's more a compliment than a statement. I would like to thank in particular the last two speakers. I found both of them extremely refreshing and nourishing. But I would like to say to the speaker from Germany and the climate change movement something that we should all know. Political strikes and general strikes are not just illegal in Germany, they're illegal everywhere, without exception.
Address whichever or all of it,
Right.
or it's up to you now.
Yeah. I'll address the first question about climate justice. The reason that biodiversity, as it's framed in the agreements from 1992, the reason it's been subordinated for so long to climate is that there was such a massive climate denial that required a lot of politics and rhetoric to focus on climate change. The fact of climate change is, as I tried to say at the beginning, a feature of the imbalance of ecological relationships, and in particular, specifically, the balance of gases in the atmosphere, so that the cutting of forests is what reduces carbon in the atmosphere. It reduces the sequestration of carbon. It's a reductionist way of thinking. It's important to be able to understand the living world that we are part of and that we are trying to regenerate, that is being destroyed. And to start there, that I think is far more fundamental than the question of fossil fuels. Politically, it's really important to stop fossil fuels, and so I really appreciate especially militant efforts to do that. So it's not a question of that, but it is a question in terms of our language, I think, and our thinking of continually coming back to living relationships of the earth, of which we are a part.
Thank you for introduction. I think it's very important that the way we are thinking, the way we are seeing, I mean, epistemologically and methodologically, we should really reconsider about this, about our humanness. It's the way we are thinking, we are producing our knowledge, our methods, and interacting with the society and nature, I think, is very problematic. And we start to rethinking and reconsider of these issues and deconstruct our epistemology, deconstruct our methodology, and existing different, coexisting different epistemologies, traditional way we are producing and learning and being open, really. I think is the main case, the main point here. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how we are formulating. I think we are claiming the same. I mean, it doesn't matter the climate change justice or the social justice or the global justice. But the way we are producing is really problematic and reproducing these systems again and again. I think we really think about our epistemology and methodology. Thank you.
I would like to address the second question. I think that one of the most urgent needs that we have is that of self-critique, especially as leftists, European leftists, for example. So beside criticizing and challenging the enemy, we need to self-criticize our limits, and in specific, the use of the category of imperialism and anti-imperialism had seriously damaged our possibilities to give solidarity to other peoples. Recently, there were people in Italy being criticized because they stood in solidarity with the Iranians that are challenging the Iranian regime, since Iran apparently seems to be to someone an enemy of the United States, representing something different and opposite, and therefore we should not side to those who are killed on the street to contrast that government. Otherwise, we are basically immediately and automatically siding with some Western imperialism that then is never defined. So the second problem is that we need to define and update the definition of imperialism and colonialism. And once we did that, then we can proceed to understand how to protect internationalism and our need and our desire to be on the side of all oppressed people in the planet, in a way that, of course, is not imperialistic, is not neo-colonial, but at the same time needs to be in place. So the important thing is not to, I think, identify the working classes or the women or the other genders that are marginalized, or those who suffer certain conditions in Europe and in the United States with the governments or the ruling classes in Europe and the United States, and find ways to be together against all imperialisms and all colonialism, not just the American or the European ones, because in the end it's capitalism, our enemy, and not this or that culture, this or that language or nation.
I really would like to echo what he said. Coming from the third world, coming from a neo-colonial country, I would like to address both the questions in unity. Class is the strongest divide still. I come from a very, very inequitable society where 1% of my country have extreme wealth. They have living standards similar to those people who live in Europe. And then we have the very poor. I am not really sure how we look at biodiversity or the ecological systems, because currently 2/3 of the biodiversity exists in the neo-colonial countries, and the population divide is just the opposite. 1/3 of the world's population uses 2/3 of the resources of the world, and that 1/3 lives in the imperialist countries of either, we call them G7, just to be very sharp. And the domination and policy comes from these countries. The policies in our countries are dictated by the G7 countries, by the European countries. So when you talk about the peasants have similar interests as of the bourgeois, I don't think we understand what that means. For the bourgeois, having clean water is something so, it's a must. They don't even question their right to this. For a vast majority of the world, in my part of the world, in the neo-colonial world, this is something which we don't have. So I don't understand how you can think that the bourgeois and the class interest of the peasants, of the workers, is the same. It's not the same. It's by no means the same. And one must understand the class distinctions under which the people, the vast majority of this world lives. There is a divide. There is a very strong divide. That's why I emphasize the urban-rural divide in my country. And we have to overcome that. We have to understand the kind of desperation, the viciousness of poverty that people have to live through. And ecologically, we have scarce resources. We have smashed many of the planetary boundaries. And that's because of the imperialist forces of the first world countries. You talk about green. When I come to Europe, I'm always shocked. What is green economy? Green economy is at the expense of our people. You know, now you're talking about electric cars. I don't know whatever that means to you because I live in Pakistan in very poor states. I have no idea what the living standards are in Europe. But the new technologies are based on rare earth metals. The rare earth metals will be excavated as mining and will be extremely disastrous to ecological systems, to the poorest, to the indigenous and the peasants, the working class. There is no such thing as technology will fix the issue. There is no technology left. It is us, how we determine what is the quality of life each one of us deserves. And that will be the point where we will have to sit down and discuss whether it is between the North and the South, between the very rich of the South and the very poor of the South. There are different divides. But in the end, to us, it's the class divide. Thank you.
So concerning the political strikes, thank you very much for that remark. I would like to add, I skipped that part in the speech, that the problem in Germany with the big unions, the DGB unions, is probably also that they don't want to politically strike. As the boss of the DGB famously stated last fall or like winter when we had the energy crisis, inflation, prices are rising, Yasmin Fahimi, the boss of the DGB, she said, this is not the time for anti-capitalism. Yes, because so many crises, you know, we should not talk about, we must find solutions now, like, whoa. So it's hard to, like, yeah, they're very depoliticized. And yes, the climate justice question, so, I mean, I also work with the term of social ecology. Now here I was invited to talk about the climate movement, so I tried to explain like what do the terms mean that the climate justice movement uses. I always try to not stick to terminology too much, but look at what it actually means, what's behind it. So of course you must discuss terminology, but I'm very happy to leave a terminology and find a new one if it's more fitting. Now, you said it's not just about climate, but the problems are bigger, and I totally agree. Like, only climate justice is not enough. The climate crisis is just one part of the bigger ecological problem, but it's also a very important part. And I think for quite some time, leftists have, or at least here, they haven't really taken it seriously. Problems of pollution, for example, are a lot more visible, and the class question there is more visible too, because it's poorer people suffering from pollution more strongly. And when we look at the climate crisis, the question of energy is really vital to understanding the capitalist economic system. Like, modern capitalism is built on fossil fuels, so changing all these industries. Yes, like there must be an understanding of energy politics as well. So this is part of like a broad, because we don't want to shut down all economy. We want to shut down most of it, but not all of it. So yes, maybe like, yes, climate is only one part of the picture, but it's also an important part of the picture. Yes.
Yeah, I've asked to make one more comment because I want to kind of not disagree, but to complicate what Azra said. and I guess others have said too, is the geography of North-South, of neocolonialism. In Canada, and I think in other parts of the world, Indigenous people are as poor, as deprived of clean water, as challenged, the system is as challenged to try to fix that. Well, I don't know how to compare it, but it's very challenged, right? And so, you know, we could talk about them as a colony within the North, or, I mean, there are a number of ways people have tried to talk about this, but I think it really is important to look at, especially Indigenous people, as somehow not conflated into the geography of North-South, right? And of colonial and neo-colonial countries. Yeah.
I want to take one more round of questions, and that's going to be it, because we're already one, but I don't want to just have only 10 minutes of question and answer. I don't accept that. But so if you have a question, please raise your hand and speak fast or short.
Hi, Sarah Glynn. I wanted to raise the term degrowth, and I was wondering if you felt that that was a helpful term, and particularly when one's trying to see that, to argue against capitalism, because the whole idea that we can have a society, a way of being that depends on growth in a finite world is impossible. So I wondered if you felt that was a helpful term. I've also got a very specific question, actually, for Azra, and I just wondered if you could tell us if the movement of the farmers in Pakistan, if they'd made links with that amazing movement of the farmers in India as well. Thank you.
Is it me first? Hi, Marko Ulvila. Another term which I haven't heard, but I've been using for quite some time is ecological democracy. Because I think what needs to be on our plate are the concepts that we are for, and ecocide is certainly something we are against. So I wonder if this idea of ecological democracy could unite some of the positive visions that we have discussed today.
This is on. Yeah, well, where do I begin? We talked about a certain type of desperation coming into these conflicts, and maybe my question is a simple one, but how not to give up, or how to stay positive with all these conflicts. Everything's, yeah, problematic. How to stay positive.
Yes, that last question is really, that's a good question. I would like to hear your answers too. So I realize what gives me strength is always the direct contact with my community and to observe developments right around me, of course, also personal developments. And so, yeah, I think it's so, like, there's maybe a bit of a spiritual answer, if that's okay. Looking at the sky at night and realizing how small and tiny we are, it really gives me, it seems bizarre, but it gives me strength. And to realize every particle of this body, all the carbon, every single particle, it has been part of this universe since the very beginning of it. It has been, I don't know, dust and soil and animals and died and lived again and died and lived again. And this is such a crazy thought, and it will just keep going all the time. So this is kind of a, to find some neutrality in this, like nature, I never talked about this in English too. Yes, so I'm in the struggle because I have beliefs, and I want to struggle for justice, and that's in itself what's worth living for. That's my answer to that, probably.
Yeah, maybe a small contribution. I think this conference in itself a hope. Of course, in this hopeless age, I think it's a little bit difficult to think about it and mobilize our intelligence, mobilize our emotions, mobilize our potential. It's really difficult. I think we need to really come together and just simply share experience and open up to different epistemologies, different experience, and empowering all solidarities. I think it is there is no some magical solutions. We created, I mean, not personally or the humanists, this system created this huge problems and structural crisis. I mean, we're talking about colonialism, imperialisms, and the place we are here is really heartbreaking. We talk about deep poverties and inequalities, global inequalities, and we talk about the climate crisis. Definitely, it's a heavy burden. But as I said, if we think about, again, about the hopes, aesthetic of hopes, ethic of hopes, again, I think we can find a solution together and just come together and share. Thank you.
So the quick answer to the India-Pakistan farmers' movement is we have a very militarized border, and our Indian brothers and sisters, our comrades on the other side, will never speak to us directly, because that means then they will be red tagged immediately. On the Pakistani side, they will be raw agents. On the Indian side, I guess there will be ISI, which is the intelligence service in your country, which to stop this conference. So it's the intelligence services which keep the people separated. It's a very old colonial formula, divide and rule. But Ajay and I just met yesterday, and we have been hanging out together, just enjoying ourselves, because we never get to talk with Indians or Pakistanis, vice versa. So the physical engagement of the movement was not possible, but we were grasping for every bit of information that we could find to build our movement as well. On the last question, I don't know. I don't live in Europe, or I don't live in a very rich country, so I have no idea of how people live here. But to live in a poor country and to work with the poorest of the poor does give you a lot of hope. Because for them, life is so. I am an urban person. I've been brought up as an urban person, and I'm 62 years old. But when I see them living with such meager means and willing to take on any struggle, if they can do it, why can't we do it? I don't understand. There is absolute, I think one should not hope, one should believe. Because hope is sometimes a bit it leaves you in the dark, you know? But to believe that we can overcome is an immense strength. And we are how many in this world? Almost now past 7 billion, right? 7 billion, how many are they? It's just like this. If each one of us stands up, they cannot survive in front of us. They just cannot. So believe. And because I believe in history, I've tried to read history as much as possible from prehistoric times to these times, and I come from Pakistan, so prehistory is very vivid and open in Pakistan. We have conquered so much. We have overcome so much. So unless the planet just falls apart because of what is happening, that's something else. That's also nature. That's also a physical force, a reality. But if we can pass that moment where climate does not actually just push us all into oblivion, we will overcome. That I really believe in. And I was telling a friend of mine yesterday, the only thing I regret about my life is that I'm 62 and I don't have another 62 years to fight. So.
I would also just add on the last question that I agree with what has been just said, and that anyway, maybe not everywhere in the world the causes of desperation are the same. So, for example, in the case of, I remember the words of great friends from Kurdistan that fell martyr in Syria a few years ago, Shahid Bagher, who basically were speaking about the revolution, and when someone told him, I really hope that this will be the future, he responded, we don't need to hope, we need to fight. It is something that in that context is a possible response and a challenge, of course. In this context, we may think, how can we fight if we are alone? How can I fight alone? So what is the path of my fight? And that means that maybe in Europe we have specific causes of desperation that are related specifically to irrelevance, to the fact that we did not undertake the task of reshaping our ideology, so we are not able to communicate with the people. Whatever social anger or dissent is going to the right, to the conservatives, in the elections, in the common sense, because we do not have a language, we do not have the concepts to address the population and gain consensus in the population. So we just, in order to avoid desperation, I think we just should take action also theoretically and practically, in the direction that the Kurdish Hevalen already have done, that is to build a new theory. So not to have nostalgia for old concepts, old attitudes that did not bring us anywhere. And in the endeavor of creating this new theory, we will definitely feel better, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the spiritual comment here. You know, I do, last fall when I was writing a review of George Monbiot's book, Regenesis, and I fell into a pit of despair because I hadn't really been following the food system, the corporate world, as closely for the last couple of years. And when I did and saw how fast it was moving, and I had to consider that it wasn't the end of the road. They might actually succeed at turning the world into more of a desert and our bodies into more of toxic waste. And yet, you know, to come out of it was to recognize, I'm going to cry probably, that, you know, my daughter is so brave, she had a child, and her friends are having children, that that life goes on. And if we accept that we will die and become part of whatever happens next, maybe another species, I don't know, but that we need to remember that we're made of stardust. So I'll stop.
I would like to thank all of our panelists and all of you who very patiently kind of skipped the first 15 minutes of lunch. So we'll be back after lunch break, and thank you all, and thank you the panelists. One more round of applause, please. Huh? Oh, okay.
That doesn't work, okay? Okay, then I try to make some statements here. 2:30 was the last announcement. It's the time, 2:30. Now there's a couple of small things. For the people who drink coffee with these, I hope this is still translated. For the people who drink coffee, please don't throw them away. Some people throw them away, that's not good. They're being reduced, please give them back. There's a box somewhere in the foyer or to the where you got them from. And again, the reminder, please prepare yourself. Tonight there has to be a lot of pulling down everything. We have to leave this place completely empty and clean. So there will be a lot of work, and we hope for a lot of helping hands for this. Thank you.
We have to keep announcing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
please quickly take your seats so we can do so, because the more late we are, the later we will finish, and I will explain in a minute why. So in fact, as a result of the university presidents to cancel the rooms they gave us, just about 10 days before this conference was to take off, we had to be highly flexible, because as was talked about at the beginning last night of the opening speeches of this conference, to be highly flexible to make sure that we can all and at the same time can resist, reclaim and rebuild. And we did that. We resisted the decision. We reclaimed really all the, not just the venues, but all of our rights. And we rebuilt this right here all together. So I really want to thank all those who showed that high flexibility. You know, most of all of you who heard about this pretty late, because we really wanted to do it at the university. We wanted to keep the dialogue and make sure that this kind of discussion takes place in every corner of our lives, but also at universities too. So thank you for showing that flexibility and hearing it very quickly and changing, you know, wherever you were staying, what time you were coming and being here. We want to thank our technical friends who are up there, who really were lost. Because the situation of the Audimax and here was pretty totally different. So therefore, they had to adapt very quickly to the situation that may have developed. And of course, also our translators, interpreters who are right there. We thank you all very much. Without you, this is impossible. And no matter how much we emphasize this, it's too little. So thank you again. And of course, to all the speakers, because I guess they knew about it the earliest possible time of the situation. And we want to thank them also for being here to make that statement that none of this is acceptable and it's scandalous. So thank you to all of you, all the speakers. And the assembly in Hamburg, the Kurdish Mixed and Women's Assembly, and Gemeinsam kämpfen, Café Libertad, I don't know, I just wanted to say it again because we had a very laborious period together. So thank you personally and on behalf of Network AQ, International Initiative, and I'm pretty sure ASTA themselves. Thank you. So now some concrete information, because this made it very difficult for us to take decisions, because anything was possible. So the way that we had to do it was that we found this lovely place. However, because it was such short notice, there were no 3 consecutive days for 7, 8, 9. So therefore, tomorrow we cannot be here. There's a pop concert. We would have liked to be a part of it, but they've taken the rooms as well. So it's impossible to do the workshops here. So therefore, we had to be flexible with the program too. I'm sorry to say that the program is according to Audimax. So what we have done to make sure that Friday and Sunday we use at the maximum possible is we put 3 sessions into today. And this is why we had to have a surprise opening last night, and not everybody was here. But today we will go ahead with this second session, the multi-side regime, and that will go on until about 5. But of course, we're a bit late, so it might go on to 5:30. And then we will have the third session, which should have been tomorrow. Unfortunately, some speakers' visa didn't make it on time. One of them was Darya Akyol. She was in the first panel, and we thank Heval Necmettin for taking her place and being so flexible with it. Mizgin Tahir couldn't get a visa on time, so therefore she will not be here, unfortunately. So we will have the third session after this one, and hopefully we will finish maximum by 8:30. So we try to make discussions as well, but this is why tomorrow will be a whole day of workshops. So there is no sessions tomorrow. You will see there's a map on your seat. It shows the distance between the different places where the workshops will take place. And above me, you will see which workshop takes where and what time. This, I think maybe they've already handed it out. If not, get one. So please, they are amazing workshops, 23 of them, and they complement the sessions of this program and this conference. Sunday, we will put up, you know, what time and we will start, but we will definitely start by 10 a.m. again. So at 10 a.m. sharp, we will be starting here. So please be on time because it's a huge day. We had to remove one session, and we joked about it, you know, it's always the organization that gets removed, but the speakers for that session on what it is to be organized will be in the final session on democratic confederalism, world democratic confederalism. So I guess it's also very important that that discussion takes there. So this is how we will do it. We will start, as I said, at 10 sharp. So please be here around 9 so that we have enough time to start. So one more thing, one more announcement. Now, when we finish at 8 or 8:30, we really need all of your help, because what it means that there is a pop concert tomorrow is that we have to take everything with us. So all the cabins of the interpreters must be torn down, and they have to be redone on Sunday morning again. Although this is a lot of work, but we are still happy, and we thank the people the personnel who work here, that they were able to provide this space for us on such short notice. So thanks to them as well. So please stay behind and help us. So these are all the announcements, and if there's anything at all, you can ask our friends who are at tables. They will know more or less what is happening, and we can tell you again in detail. So thanks a lot for your understanding. And as I said, you know, high flexibility to do the best during this conference. Thank you. So now, without further ado, I think I talked too much, but I would like to introduce our speakers, and talk maybe a little bit about why we needed session 1 and 2. In 2019, when we began discussions here in Hamburg, we wanted to describe the problem in all its dimensions, because usually we only talk one part of the problem and the other part suffers. So in our discussions, what came to the forefront was that capitalist modernity was a multi-side regime, which meant that it deepened genocide, more so in the last 400 years. It deepened epistemicide, which paved the way for our acceptance to a certain degree of what is happening, feminicide, ecocide, and societycide. So therefore, I think it's maybe a good way to end what I'm going to say. Öcalan calls this era the age of hope, because as a result of all our struggles, we now know and understand this regime much better than we used to, and we'll no longer identify it as something progressive. This is why we thought it was important to call capitalist modernity as the multi-side regime. I will now leave it to our speakers. Let me start with Maryam Fatih. She is from Merivan, she's from East Kurdistan. She has been involved in the struggle of women and Kurdish rights, as with all of our Kurdish people and those oppressed peoples. Either they are very political or the opposite. So she has been political since childhood. And in 2014, she joined the Free Women's Society of Eastern Kurdistan, or Kejar, and in Europe. So since 2020, she has been appointed as the director of Kejar in Europe. Next speaker will be Nazan, our very own Nazan Üstündağ. We've been working very long together for quite a long time. She worked as an assistant professor at Boğaziçi University, Department of Sociology from 2005 to 2018. Her work concerns feminist political theory, political imaginations, gendered subjectivities, and state violence in Kurdistan. Then we have Barry Gills. He's a professor of global development studies at the University of Helsinki and editor-in-chief of Globalization's journal. Now, Öcalan has been quite a bit influenced by Barry's and Andre Günther Frank's work of 500 or 5,000 years when it comes to world system. So I would like to just point that out too. Veronica Maio is from Italy. She is also with the Defend Kurdistan in Italy, and she's studying philosophy at the university. And she's here as a result of call for papers. This is another process that we have. We like to bring together intellectuals, movements, and someone else from the society who would like to contribute into the program. So therefore, we are very happy that this time around it was Veronica who responded and is now going to speak during this session. I will just start with Maryam, who is just next to me. And thank you very much, Maryam.
زۆر سپاس بۆ دانیە و دەرفەتە بە کەژار و ژنانی ڕۆژهەڵات و ئێران کە ئێستا لە گەرمەی شۆڕشی ژنجیان ئازادیدان بۆ بەشداری لەو کۆنفرانسە بە نرخ و گرنگەدا و ئێمەش بەنەوەی خۆمان هەڵویستی زانکۆی هامبورگ شەرمەزار دەکەین. دیارە ئەوانیش بەنەوەی خۆیان کبکردنی دەنگ و سانسۆرکردنی دەنگی ڕەخنە تا ناو گەورەترین دانشگاکانی ئوروپاش گەیشتووە و ئەوە جێگای داخە و جێگای نیگەرانیشە. سەرمایەداری پیاوسالار بۆ ژنان، چینی کرێکار، گەلانی بندەست، پەراوێزخراوەکان و هەموو قوربانیانی ئەو سیستمە وەک ترسناکیەکی بێکۆتایی دەبینرێ کە زۆرترین ئازاری ئیستیغلالکردن، نایەکسانی، توندوتیژی و هەڵاواردنی لەتە خۆی هێناوە. ئەو دۆخە خراپ و قەیرانە کە سەرمایەداری پیاوسالار دروستی کردووە بە شێوەیەکی سیستماتیک فەمینیسیدی فیزیکی، کولتوری، ئابووری، سیاسی و کۆمەڵایەتی ژنان پەیڕەو دەکا. ژنان لەو سیستمەدا نەچیری گەورەترین نادادپەروەریەکان و بە درێژایی تەمەنیان هەموو ئەو ئازار و هەوڵی پاکتاوکردنە هەڵدەگرن کە دەیان خاتە ژێردەستی نەهامەتی و بەرەو لە ناوچوونی زیاتریان دەبات. بەشی هەرە ترسناکی ئەو توندوتیژی و هەوڵی لە ناوبردنە ورد دەکرێنەوە، سروشتی دەکرێن، وانیشان دەدرێن، وای لێ دەکەن کە هەستی پێ نەکرێت. سیستم بە پێی بەرژەوەندی و بەهرەبەرداری خۆی پێناسە بۆ ژنکوژی دەکات، بە پێی بەرژەوەندی خۆی هێڵی بۆ دادەنێ، هەوڵی تەسلیمکردنی ژنان دەدا و تا بیان خاتە ئەو چوارچێوەی کە خۆی لە ماناکردنی ژیان دەیخاتە بەردەمیان. تەنانەت لە شیکاری بیرکردنەوەکانی وەک مارکسیزمیش وای ڕوندەکەنەوە کە تندوتیژی و فەمینیستیدی ژنان لە شان بەشان لە تەک سەرهەڵدانی کۆمەڵگا دابەشکراوەکان بەسەر چین و توێژەکان دادێن، لە کاتێکدا ئەساسەن چینایەتی و دابەشکردنی کۆمەڵگایش لە دوای هاتنە مەیدانی پیاوسالاری و لە ناوبردنی کۆمەڵگا سروشتیەکان کە لەسەر ڕەنجی ژن بنیادنرابوون دەستی پێکردووە. هەموو ڕەنجی مادی و معنەوی و کولتوری ژن دەستی بەسەرداگیرە، داگیر کرا و بەش بەو شێوازە کۆمەڵگایش بەرەو داڕمان و لێکترازان هیدایەت کرا. لە کۆمەڵگایەک کە دەتوانین بە سەردەمی سۆسیالیزمی سروشتی ناوی لێ بنین کە بە هیچ شێوەیەک نوێنەرایەتی زاڵبوونی بەشێکی بەسەر بەشێکی دیکەدا نەدەکرد، ئەمما لە تەک گەشەسەندنی کۆمەڵگا و بە زاڵبوونی پیاوسالاری لە سێ قۆناغی جیاکاری جنسیەتی ژنی کردە ئۆبژە، کردیە مڵکی پیا و پیاوی کردە پاسەوانی ئەو نۆرمانەی کە لە ڕێگای دینگەرایی، زانستگەرایی، ملیگەرایی و جنسیەتگەرایی لە چوارچێوەی مۆدرنیتەی سەرمایەداریدا بۆ کۆمەڵگای دیاری کرد. پێناسەی ژنی لە وشەدان و عەقڵیەتی پیاوسالاری و ڕوانگەی ڕەگەزپەرستیدا کرد، کەسایەتیەکی ماڵی کراو، ئارام کە هەبوونی بەهەبوونی پیاوەوە گرێدراوە. گەر بێت و ژنان لە هەوڵ و گەڕان بە دوای ئازادی دابن و تەسلیمی عەقڵیەتی پیاوسالاری ڕەگەزپەرستی نەبن، بەم شێوەیە پێناسەی پیاو لە ژن بخەنە ژێر پرسیار و لە بەرامبەریدا بوەستن، دەست بەجێ دەکەونە بەر هێرشی توندوتیژی کە تا ئاستی کوشتنی ژن دەچێتە پێش. چونکە هەزر، شێوازی ژیان و هەڵسوکەوتی دموکراتیکی ژنان بە مەترسیەکی جدی بۆ دامەزراوەی دەوڵەت و سیستمی پیاوسالار دەبینرێت. دامەزراوەی دەوڵەت دەربازبوونی خۆی لە شەپۆلی بەرخۆدان، هزر و ڕێبازی دموکراتیکی ژنان لە بەردەوامی و زیاتر پێشخستنی سیستمی کۆیلایەتی و دواتر لە کوشتنی ژنان دەبینێتەوە. دەرەنجامی خراپەکانی سیاسەتی لە ناوبردنی ئەو سیستمە لەسەر ژن، ژینگە و کۆمەڵگا تا ئێستا ئەوە بەهێزە کە ئیدی لە سەردەمی نێۆلیبرالیزمدا سیستم بۆ خۆی تووشی قەیرانێکی قوڵ بۆتەوە. شەڕ و ململانەی زلهێزە جیهانی و ناوچەیەکان، کۆچبەری زۆرەملی، گۆڕینی دموگرافیای وڵاتان، ملیتاریزاسیۆن، شەڕ و ماڵوێرانی، قەیرانی ژینگە و ناکارامەدی دەوڵەتەکان لە کارەساتە سروشتیەکانی وەک لافاو، بوومەلەرزە و چوونەسەرەوەی پلەی گەرمای زەوی و قەیرانی وزە لەلایەک و ڕێگەگرتن لە هێزە ئاڵتەرناتیڤەکان، هێرشکردنە سەریان، ئیزۆلەکردنیان و هەوڵی لە ناوبردنیان لەلایەکی دیکە بۆتە هۆکاری ئەوەی کە شارستانیەت لە تەک لە ناوچوونێک ڕوبەڕووبێتەوە. لەم دنیا دژە ژنەدا ڕژیمی داگیرکار و زاڵمی ئێران لە پێشەنگەکانی ئەو سیستمە دێتە ئەژمار کە کۆمەڵگای خستۆتە بەند و لە بەندینخانەیشدا ژیانیان زیاتر گۆشەگیر کردووە. ئەو سیستمەی کە لە دوای شۆڕشی گەلان لە 1979 زاینی بە پێشەنگایەتی ژنان و جوانان سەری هەڵدا و سەرکەوت، ئەم ڕاستیەی لە هەموو کات زیاتر ئاشکرا کرد کە بە درێژایی مێژوو بە شێوەی بەردەوام لە ژنان وەک ئامرازێک بۆ سەرکەوتنی پیاوسالاری و سیستمی دەوڵەت و دەسەڵات کەڵک وەرگیراوە. دواتریش بوونەتە یەکەمین قوربانی دەستی پیاودەوڵەت. ڕووپۆشی زۆرە ملی، بێکاری، لەشفرۆشی لە ئەنجامی هەژاری، برسێتی، زیندان، سێدارە، تیزاب ڕشتن، هاوسەرگیری مناڵان، کوشتن و خۆکوژی تەنیا بەشێک لە دیاردەی ڕژیمی دەسەڵاتداری جنسیەتگەرای ئێران بۆ ژنان. ڕژیمی ئیسلامی لە یەکەمین هەنگاوی خۆیدا ژنانی خستە بەر پەلامار و هێرش، توندوتیژی و ژنکوژی بە یاسایی کرد، نەتەوەکان و ڕەگەزەکانی لە یەکتر جیا کردەوە و بەگرتنەبەری پارچە بکە و دەسەڵاتداری بکە، ناکۆکی خستە نێوان گەلان و ژنان و پەراوێزخراوەکانی لە گۆڕەپانی ژیانی کۆمەڵایەتی و سیاسی دوور و پەراوێز خست. بەم شێوە گەورەترین مەترسی لەسەر خۆی وەلانا، مەترسی یەکگرتووی ئازادی خوازان، ژنان، جوانان و گەلانی بندەست کە دەیتوانی دموکراسیەکی بەهێز بەدیبێنێت. هەموو ئەو هەوڵانەی لە بواری تیۆریسازی و پراکتیکدا لە شۆڕشەکانی مێژوو نیشانی داوین و ئیسپاتی دەکات کە ناتوانین تەنیا بە داوای ڕفۆرم لە سیستمی سەرمایەداری پیاوسالار بگەڕین و چاوەڕوان بین کە سەر بکەوین، بەڵکو پێویست بە شۆڕشێکی بنەڕەتی هەیە کە بە مێژوودا قوڵ بێتەوە، خەسار ناسی بکات، لایەنەکانی سیستم بە باشی شی بکاتەوە بتوانێت بە پێی قۆناغی هەستیاری ئێستا ئالترناتیڤ بخاتە بەردەم ژنان و کۆمەڵگا. هەڵەیە ئەگەر کێشەکە تەنیا لە دەوڵەت ببینینەوە، لە کاتێکدا کە سیستمی دەوڵەت ئامرازێکە بۆ کەڵەکەکردنی هێز و دەسەڵات و ئەوەی پێویستە وشکردنی شادەمارەکانی ئەو دەسەڵات خوازیە پیاوسالارانەیە کە لەسەر بنەمای فێمینیسیت دانراوە و وەک تاوانەکانی دژی مرۆڤایەتی و ژیان پێناسەی بۆ بکەین. دیاردەیە کە بۆ نمونە دەوڵەت پیاوەکانی وەک کۆماری ئیسلامی بۆ گەرەنتیکردنی کۆنترۆڵی کۆمەلگا کەڵکی لێوەردەگرن، کەوایە پێویستە ئەو گەرەنتیە لە ناو ببرێت و کۆمەلگا سەر لە نوێ و بە پارادایمێکی نوێ و بە پێداچوونەوە بە هەموو ئەو پەیوەندیانەی کە سیستم بۆی داناوە بە جیهانبینیەکی جیاواز و دموکراتیک خۆی بنیاد بنێتەوە. لە بەرامبەر کۆماری ئیسلامی ئێران، ژنان، کرێکاران، ژینگە پارێزان، کۆمەلگای مەدەنی و سیاسی و گەلانی بندەست بەدەیان ساڵە خەبات و تێکۆشان دەکەن. ئەمما ئەو شکستە ئیدۆلۆژیە کە کۆماری ئیسلامی لە دوای فێمینیسیدی ژینا ئەمینی بە شۆڕشی ژن ژیان ئازادی تووشی بوو، دەرەنجامی شۆڕشێکی زەهنی کۆمەڵایەتیە کە لەسەر فکر و ڕامانی بەڕێز عەبدوڵڵا ئۆجەلان و خەبات تێکۆشان و پێشەنگایەتی ژنان لە کوردستان، لە باکووری کوردستان، لە ڕۆژاوە و ئێستاش لە ڕۆژهەڵات بناغەی دەیان ساڵەی بۆ داڕێژراوە. شێوازێکی نوێ لە ژیان کە لە کاتی گەرمەی شۆڕشدا بیری شیکاری ڕخنەی پشتگوێ ناخات. چۆن ئەگەر مەیلی لادان یان مەترسیە ئەگەریەکان بەباشی نەناسرێن و کۆدەنگی و پلانی دەستە جەمعی بۆ ئەو پێکاتە سیاسیە دیموکراسیە نەبێت کە کۆمەلگا دەیەوێت بەدەستی بهێنێت، ئەوە بزوتنەوەکە تووشی لاوازی دەبێت. ئەمما شۆڕشی ژن ژیان ئازادی سەنتەری شۆڕشی کۆمەڵایەتیە کە گۆڕانی کولتوری و گۆڕانی شێوازی ژیانی دروست کردووە لە ئێستا و لە گەشەکردندایە. بەڵام ڕاپەرین و شۆڕشەکانی ڕابردوو هەرچەندە هەندێک بیری نوێشیان هێنایە مەیدان بە شێوەیەکی سەرەکی لە دەوری چاکسازی و ڕیفۆرم لە ناو سیستمی حکوومەتدا کە لەسەر ئەساسی پیاوسالاری سەرمایەداری دانراوە دەسوڕانەوە. هەندێکیش تەنانەت وەک بەرەی چەپی ئێرانی ناوەندگەرە وایان دەزانی کە ڕووخانی حکوومەت و گواستنەوەی دەسەڵات ڕێگای ڕزگاربوونە. چۆن خاوەن بیری فەلسەفی و بەرنامەیەکی سیاسی تۆکمە کە ببێتە هۆی دیموکراسی ڕادیکاڵ و خۆبەڕێوەبەری کۆمەلگا نەبوون. شۆڕشی ژنجیان ئازادی بەهۆی سروشتی دیموکراتیک بناغەی فەلسەفی دامەزراندنی دەتوانێت هەنگاو بە هەنگاو خۆیشی بکاتەوە تا بتوانێت هەم هەڵەکانی ڕابردوو دووپات نەبێتەوە و هەم لە هێزەکانی دژە شۆڕش لە پانتایی سیاسی و کۆمەڵایەتی ئێران و بەشێک لە دیاسپۆرای ئێران کە لەلایەن سیستم ساپۆرت دەکرێن خۆی بپارێزێت. هێزەکانی سیستم هەڵدەدەن کە بە بەڵێنی هەندێک مافی سەرەتایی کۆمەڵایەتی شۆڕش بەلاڕێدا ببن، دروشمەکەی لەمانە خاڵی بکەن، بەدیلی بۆ دروست بکەن و وەدەستگرتنەوەی دەسەڵاتی لە ئێراندا ئێران لە دایرەی سەرمایەداری پیاوسالاردا ئەمما بە سیماگەلێکی نوێ لە بەڕێوەبەری دەوڵەتدا بهێڵنەوە. لە هەمان کاتدا لە حاڵەتی پاوانخوازی و هەژمونی گروپەکاندا بزوتنەوەکان بەرەو پێکهێنانی هەمان جۆری دەسەڵات دەڕۆن کە دەژین و دەیانەوێت بیان ڕوخێنن. ئەمما بنەمای فکری و سیستەمی کۆنفدرالیزمی دموکراتیک وەک پرۆژەی ئەمەڵگەڕای ژن ژیان ئازادی هەموو جۆرە مەیلێک کە بەرەو دەسەڵات هەژمون و خواستی بوون بە دەوڵەت بێ ڕەت دەکاتەوە و سازش لەگەڵ ئەو جۆرە مەیلانە ناکات کە بۆ ئازادی دموکراسی و یەکسانی کوشندن. سروشتی ئەو شۆڕشە وایە کە هەر جۆرە کورسێکی دەسەڵات لا ببات، دەسەڵاتی پیاو لە ماڵەوە، دەسەڵاتی سەرمایە لە شوێنی کار، کورسی دەسەڵاتی حکوومەت لە کۆمەڵگا و هەموو ئەو کێشانەی کە تێکدەری ئازادیە تاکە کەسیەکان و جەماوەریەکانن. چۆن شۆڕش کاتێک سەرکەوتوو دەبێت کە توانای هەڵوەشانەوەی پرەنسیبی دەسەڵاتی ڕەهای هەبێت و هەروەها توانای ڕێگری لە هەر پێکهێنانێکی دەسەڵاتی بێت کە بیەوێت خۆی بەسەر کۆمەڵگادا لە هەر فرموڵێکی دینگەرایی و قودرەتگەرایی بسەپێنێت. لە کوردستاندا، لە ئێراندا، لە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوین لە هەموو شوێنێکدا دەبێت هەنگاو بۆ لە ناوبردنی هەموو هێزە فاشیستەکان، خواوەندە ساختەکان و پیرۆزە درۆینەکان بدرێت، چۆن لە ساتە وەختی دروستکردن داین و ئازادی لەو کاتەوە دەست پێ دەکات کە دەست دەکەین بە دروستکردنی ژیانێکی نوێ. ئێمە ژنبوون، کوردبوون و هەموو ناسنامەکانی خۆمان وەک قوقنووس لە خۆڵەمێشی خۆمانەوە دروست دەکەینەوە. پێشەنگایەتی ژن ژیان ئازادی لە شۆڕشی ئێستای کوردستان و ئێراندا نیشانەی ئەم خولقاندنەیە. بزوتنەوەی شۆڕشگێڕانەی ژن ژیان ئازادی ململانەی نێوان شێوازی ژیانی فرەڕەهەند و دموکراتیکە لە دژی شێوازی ژیانی تاکڕەهەند کە کۆماری ئیسلامی سەپاندوێسی. بۆیە تا ئێمە پێداگری زیاتر لەسەر شێوازی ژیانی دیموکراسی و هەمە چەشن کە لەگەڵ سروشتی هەر شوناس و نەتەوە و ڕەگەزێکدا بگونجێت بکەین، ئازادیش بوونی دەبێت و پارێزراو دەبێت. ژن ڕەمزێکە کە لە کەسایەتی و شەخسێتی ئەودا هەم تاک و هەم کۆمەڵگا ڕەت کراوە و قەدەغە کراوە. ئێستاش لە بزوتنەوەی شۆڕشگێڕانەی ژن ژیان ئازادیدا هەموو ئەو تاک و کۆمەڵگا و شێوازی ژیانانەی کە قەدەغە کراون لە ناکاو بوونەتە ممکن بۆ دەربڕینی خۆیان. بەڵام بۆ گەیشتن بەو ئازادیەی کە بەمەبەستی ئەو پرۆژەیە دەبێ هەموو ناسنامە سەرکوتکراوەکان سەرهەڵبێنن بە پێشەنگایەتی ژنی ئازاد بە خۆئاگایی و سوبژێکتیڤیەت بگەن. ئەم کردەوە سیاسیە ناتوانرێت لە کەشی داخرا و دیکتاتۆریەتی کۆماری ئیسلامیدا جێبەجێ بگرێ. بۆیە تاکە ڕێگا خەبات و تێکۆشان و شۆڕشە. ژنانی ئازاد کوشندەترین گورس لە پێکهاتە و بیرکردنەوەی کۆماری ئیسلامی، دیکتاتۆریەت و فاشیزم و مۆدرنیتەی هاوردەی سەرمایەداری پیاوسالار دەدەن کە ڕێگە لە ئازادی ڕاستەقینەی کۆمەڵگا دەگرێ. بەرزکردنەوەی دروشمی ژن-ژیان ئازادی هاواری مۆدرنی دموکراسی، ئازادی و یەکسانیە لەلایەن ژنان و کۆمەڵگاکانی ئێرانەوە. ئەو دروشمە وەها قۆناغێکی نوێی لە ئێران هاوردە پێش کە ئیدی چین و توێژەکانی کۆمەڵگای مەدەنی لە ئێران پێیان ناوەتە گەڵاڵەکردنی جۆراوجۆری جارنامەی مەدەنی کە لە ڕوانگە و پارادایم و دنیابینیەکی نوێوە سەیری هەموو پرسە سیاسی و کۆمەڵایەتی و کولتوری و ئابوووریەکانی کۆمەڵگا دەکات. وەڵامی کۆماری ئیسلامی داری سێدارەیە. هێنانی تۆپ و تانکە بۆ ناو شەقامەکان، زیندانیکردن و ئەشکەنجەیە، شکاندنی کەرامەتی مرۆڤە بە درەندارەترین شێوە، بەڵام ئەساسەن ژن-ژیان ئازادی هاتووە کە بە سحری خۆی هەموو ئەمانە لە بێخ و بن هەڵکێشێ کە فاشیزم بنبڕ بکات و بە تووڕەی سەر شەقامەکان تەختی دیکتاتۆرەکان و داگیرکەران بەهەژێنێ و کۆتاییان پێبێنێ و بێگومان بە پشتیوانی ئازادی خوازان بەسەرکەوتن دەگا. ئازادی بۆ ڕێبەر عەبدوڵڵا ئۆجەلان، ژن-ژیان ئازادی.
Thank you, Mariam, for this very, very important talk, because the Kurdish freedom movement and Öcalan has been stressing that women's freedom is the absolute axis of freedom for all. And the reason for that is not something that we romanticize about the past, but it is about the communal values and a way of life of societies that is against the capitalist way of life. And capitalism cannot grow if this mentality is not destroyed. I just want to say one short thing about the slogan Jin-Jian Azadi. Most of you know that the word Jin and Jian, woman and life, come from the same root in Kurdish. So Jin is woman, while Jin is life. And the connection with Azadi that Öcalan makes is that in Sumerian, the word freedom is amargi. In Kurdish, it's Azadi, but in Sumerian, the word amargi means going back to a mother's womb. So he then made the connection that if Jin is Jian, then for Jian to be free, women have to be free. So this is why, that's where the background to Jin-Jian Azadi comes from. I just wanted to point that out. Now I'm going to call on Nazan. I think this is also an absolutely important topic of societycide and genocide, but I'll leave the floor to you, Nazan. Thank you.
Thank you, Havin. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
It's not open, Nazan.
No? Now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Havin. Thank you, everyone here. I'm very excited for this conference. This is the fourth one we are doing, and I see every time more people, and I hope this will go somewhere really big. As you might know, in February, a devastating earthquake happened in Turkey and Syria that left tens of thousands of people dead and millions homeless. It was a particularly strong earthquake, 7.8 to be precise, that lasted 1.5 minutes. As devastating as the earthquake itself was, for most people in the region, its aftermath has affected them more. And actually, what happened in the aftermath of the earthquake is unfortunately a telling example of how society is being killed again and again in the world, how societycide occurs, in other words, and how people nevertheless fight against it. Therefore, and in order to elaborate on what societycide is, in this talk I will briefly dwell in this aftermath of the earthquake. And after I discuss it, I will come back to societycide, to this most urgent problem in the world, and try to tackle it historically and conceptually. So, the earthquake. In the earthquake, more than 50,000 people died in Turkey only, and hundreds of thousands were injured. But what was specifically tragic about this earthquake, that basically left 3 cities in Turkey in complete rubble, and what made it unbearable to watch, to listen to, was the fact that many people who died, who eventually died, actually survived the earthquake. They were able to, how do we know that? Because they were able to text their relatives right after the earthquake from under the rubble and called for their help. Many died, however, they died waiting rescue, which did not arrive until 3 days later. Many died of cold, although they had no injuries. Survivors to this day tell the stories of how they heard the voices of their relatives for hours until the voices went silent after tens of hours because the heavy machines needed for the rescue never arrived. I'm not going to discuss in length the multiple ways in which capital and state work together to produce this devastation through the construction sector, which is the motor of development in Turkey. There's a lot to say about that, and about how capitalism operates in countries like Turkey through the construction industry. After all, 3 cities disappeared from the earth because of the fantasies invested in the very corrupt construction sector that promises wealth, happiness, and in return produces death and ends up killing people. Currently and ironically, the Turkish state is responding to the earthquake once again through planning a major reconstruction project and conjuring the fantasies invested in development. However, the houses that were destroyed will be replaced with apartment complexes in the outskirts of the city, which means that the majority of survivors will be actually further dispossessed. After calculating the price of their destructed homes and subtracting it from the price of the newly built apartments, there will be still some money they have to pay to acquire these apartments, which will leave them in debt. This debt, however, they will not be able to pay precisely because the apartments will be away from city centers where work exists. Coming back to the aftermath of the earthquake. There were 3 ways in which societycide was committed after the earthquake. First, the aftermath of the earthquake and the fact that people who survived the earthquake were not rescued made clear that society, lacking autonomy, lacking basic knowledge and equipment for rescue, was completely incapacitated. Living in houses they bought in the market, they were alienated from them and lacked basic knowledge and skills on how to deal with the destruction. Many expressed their feeling of incapacity, despair, helplessness, calling for the help of the state, which came 3 days later. Actually, it never came. Second, the fact that machines, equipments, and rescue teams were centralized in the capital city has caused the death of further thousands. It wasn't until the president himself allowed them to be transferred to the earthquake after 3 days, earthquake sites, that systematic rescue could be started. The state that people called for had incapacitated itself because of its fear from the autonomy of people and had centralized everything. Third, there were people from all over Turkey who wanted to help the survivors. However, the state also feared them and prevented them from helping and even cut the internet at some point to avoid the flow of information. Fourth, and the worst of it all maybe, was that during the earthquake, during the aftermath of the earthquake, Roman citizens and Syrian refugees were blamed for looting empty houses. People from the devastated cities called for the army and the police to prevent this. Soon afterwards, pictures were leaked where the so-called looters, the Syrian refugees, were tortured by the police. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, yes, earthquake is devastating, but it is not nature that kills the capacity of people to regenerate themselves and help themselves, but state policies that target society's autonomy and its capacity to produce politics and morality. In other words, its capacity to rule itself without the interference of the state. This is what we mean by societycide. The concept of societycide is one of the most important concepts that has been developed by Abdullah Öcalan to refer to the constant war waged by state structures and the expansion of capital against the autonomy of communities and their ability to reproduce themselves. The concept of societycide unravel how social forms are robbed their capacity of producing morality and politics. Instead, law and policing become the means by which social life is regulated and controlled. Here it is important to understand that Öcalan is pitting the social against stateness, the local against the central, people's economy against capital, and equality against hierarchy. He is referring to a deep historical process that has started with the monopolization of the means of production, reproduction, governance, and self-defense by the few. The minute the society is in need of state intervention for its survival, such as we have seen also during COVID, it means that societycide has already taken deep roots. For Öcalan, while societycide has started with the emergence of the state, the devaluation of female labor and the submission of women to man, and of course urbanization that accompanied this, has a history of at least 5,000 years, but it has reached its peak in this last century. Societycide is closely related to genocide, ecocide, and femicide. It is through all these ways of killing and destruction that capitalism and state structures work and gain dominance. However, societycide also encompasses the subtle ways in which society is made dependent on the state and capital for its survival by being robbed the knowledge and networks and the capacity to make its own politics and morals. What we in Turkey call the third page of the newspaper, where mundane murders and everyday crime are reported, is actually a document of how Societycide works, where people are pitted against each other through gendered, class, and ethnic lines, and how state makes itself indispensable in the fantasies of people as an entity that will end violence and provide safety and security. Now I want to dwell very briefly in the links between genocide, ethnocide, and societycide by turning back to the example of the earthquake. The two cities that were affected by the earthquake were predominantly Kurdish, and one was Arab and Alawite. And this was not the first time that these areas were experiencing being under the ruins. In 1908, the first massacre of the Armenians occurred in these areas. And at that time, Zabel Yeseyan, a feminist writer, reported the massacre in her memorial Under the Ruins with the following words: "No words could ever represent the sum of the pain here." How her words resonate today. Yeseyan thought that this would be the last time that she would witness such a devastation. Believing in the laws of liberal modernity, she thought the Armenians of the area had died into citizenship because their pain would be felt by other people, and this would be a sacrifice that would contribute to the making of an equal society in Turkey. Oh, how wrong she was. Numerous massacres occurred afterwards that accumulated in the Armenian genocide, and later numerous other massacres targeted the Kurdish people and the Alevis in the very same region. In other words, the societycide in these regions occurred hand in hand with genocide and ethnocide, and it was through the policies of the state that the devastation that we witness today has become a regularity rather than an exception in these lands. Now, still, let me finish with a hopeful tone. As I said, Öcalan defines societycide as the incapacitation of society and the replacement of morality and politics through which a society regulates itself autonomously by law and state, which contributes to a fantasy that state is indispensable to our survival. However, he does not see this process of societycide as completed and points to multiple ways in which people come together and fight against societycide by organizing themselves and drawing to the past experiences and future utopias. In the earthquake, in the aftermath of the earthquake, one of the most impressive initiatives was created by the Kurdish women's movement and feminist organizations in Turkey. They were organized autonomously to show their solidarity with women survivors in the earthquake area, despite states' constant attempts to bring their initiative to a halt. Women provided pads and tampons, cleaning products, and clean pants to other women whose needs were systematically ignored by the patriarchal state. They built a tent where women could come together and in the company of tea discuss their experiences. Women made sure that the entire society partook in this endeavor by collecting money and by arranging one-week trips to the area. They made this initiative sustainable through individual and collective networks to this day. Then to finish what I started, if we want to end societycide, it is going to be through valuation of women's labor and women's capacity to produce morality and politics. It is going to be by taking the lessons of COVID. We need to be able to create autonomous structures and wide networks among them to sustain ourselves in the face of devastation, since in this age of ecocide, devastation is a regularity than exception. I hope this conference will contribute to that. Thank you.
Nazan. Really, that speech requires us to digest a little bit, because we often talk about the need for being organized and the way that the state finds means and ways to incapacitate us. This organization of this conference, another example of this. The reason why the rooms were cancelled at such short notice, they thought that we will not have the capacity and the power of resistance and ability to reorganize ourselves. So I think this was such an important talk. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Thank you. I would like to now call on Barry Gills. I think this is going to really also complement, because none of this is going to be so possible without the killing of truth or change in our mentalities. So Barry, I leave it to you.
Can you hear me? Do I have to turn this on? Yes. This one? You can hear me. Hello. All right, thanks everyone. I just wanted to say thank you at first for the fact of inviting me to be here and be here with you at this conference discussing this topic at this time. It's a privilege and a joy, actually, which I'm going to carry with me, and I hope we all will and be empowered by this. And Nazan just mentioned deep historical process. So my first part of my reflections are going to be about some of that and reflections from world system theory. So first is I think this is an insight, like a prediction that came from Immanuel Wallerstein some decades ago. And he was talking about the secular trends, the cycles, the rhythms of the capitalist world economy in a research working group he was with at SUNY, New York. And so it's looking at commodification as a world historical process. And as commodification is like, it's a process that, as in mathematics, it approaches an asymptote. It's constantly moving and increasing, and going into new frontiers, new spheres, colonizing new spheres of life endlessly. But it goes always toward the asymptote, but does not reach it. But what he said was that as it goes perilously close to the asymptote, the capitalist world system will implode. It will fail. It will exhaust itself, reach the ultimate historical limits of capital accumulation, the social limits, the ecological limits. And I would make the proposition that we are seeing the signs that we are approaching that moment that he predicted, and that the relentless expansionist logic of capital is to do that, is to colonize, commodify, decommonize, alienate all spheres of life, to subordinate to itself for the purposes of the accumulation of capital. And the first proposition that we made in world system theory, that myself and Gunder Frank, was that you should examine why history. It had to do with origins and what you could learn from origins. As Wallerstein had said, world historical systems have an origin, they have an apogee, and they have a demise. And we should remember that about the capitalist world system. It has an origin, 5,000 plus years ago. It has an apogee, which was in the past, and then it has a demise phase, which is now. So those forms, you want to examine what they are. How did they come into being will tell you a great deal about their essence, and then what their trajectories would be, what their logic is, their character historically. See? So that's capital, the state, class-based hierarchical society, and perhaps certain kinds of ecologically parasitic urbanism, and how they combine as forces in global history, in deep historical process, that help us to understand how we moved across these millennia to the present acute situation of a kind of the most crisis-ridden period in human history, it might be said. And then, you know, when you see this, I sometimes talk about capital versus oikos, rather like, in a way, resonant with Rosa Luxemburg, that capital encounters the non-capitalist, the beyond capital, where most of humanity has lived for most of our species' existence. We know from various people, including Wengrow and Graeber, who did a monumental work on this not so long ago. That it encounters these, and it is an antagonistic relationship. Capital is not only parasitic, but it's so antagonistic that you might say that the tendency is that capital annihilates oikos. You know, and that is how capital reproduces itself, until it reaches almost to the asymptote, you see. But right now, capital's new frontiers are what? The ocean seabeds for minerals, outer space and asteroids and the moon for minerals, and you, us, our private life datafied for data extractivism, for capital accumulation. So it is still trying to push now the ultimate limits and into the hinterlands, you know, into the Amazon, into the deserts, into the ice world. You know, this is all happening right now, which tells you that you're, you know, in this particular demise phase. So just some reflections on some things that we said that are now, in the sense that we were parallel to and converged with the thinking of Abdullah Öcalan, which we only came to know after the fact, because we never were able to meet and have a dialogue. But some of those things that I say that now kind of Öcalan agrees, or it's become common, a way of looking at it, is that this world system driven by capital as a central driving force, that was our central hypothesis, for 5 millennia. The capital is not marginal, but is actually central, governing and driving the expansion of the system. So of the whole system, the world system, so that it creates a hierarchical structure always, in those perpetually for 5 millennia, of center-periphery hierarchies, even in a multi-centric structure, of hegemony rivalry cycles, some periods of general hegemony, and some periods of intense rivalry between the contending centers for the next hegemony. Repeated cycle over the millennia, and long cycles of systemic expansion, and the contradictions of that expansion phase creating the next systemic crisis, and repeated on and again. And you would argue, I would argue, that we're in that structure now, where the norm for millennia was a multi-centric world system, which united all, the whole, you know, much of the world in one system. But the Europeans, Eurocentrism, the past few centuries, was an incredibly brutal, violent, conquest-oriented way of making the system unicentric for the only time in its history. And in that way, it's like an aberration. And in all its monstrosity, it is an aberration. And we see ourselves now going, you know, beyond the Eurocentric structure that was created, slowly and painfully, but back, in a sense, to the norm, which is a multi-centric system, to the post-Eurocentric system. So we have agreed that the world system is millennia old, that it has these continuities of structure, which, think about overthrowing any of those structures right now. What will that entail? Overthrowing any of those is really a huge challenge, to put it mildly. But that also, you know, we agreed that in the general critique of Eurocentrism, the origins of the world system need to be seen outside Europe. It's very necessary to do that, to rectify the grotesque and epistemicide distortions that Eurocentric historiography created. You know, rewriting and fundamentally lying about the history of the world and erasing the histories of multiple peoples and civilizations. You know, multiple histories were not just, you know, they were erased, you know, and put into this new mass narrative, Eurocentric narrative, which now absolutely we're in the phase of overthrowing to a new kind of understanding of humanity's global history. And beyond what Öcalan has agreed very much about, going beyond the limitations of the state and the nation and methodological nationalism in the way that we understand all these processes. We understand them as world historical processes of deep history that involve all humanity and are now planetary physical scale. Okay, so there's a kind of, well, the one thing I also very much accept and agree and humbly I'm grateful for is the critique that Öcalan made of the work that we did, Frank and I did, saying that, well, you know, I think you did a good job with what you did, but the deepest flaw was that you didn't offer any way out of the system, you know. And I've been studying Öcalan. I have become a student of Öcalan, you know, and more so, and I will be, and more, I will, you know, continue on that path, you know, because he's absolutely right. You know, that was a terrible flaw and omission, and that this is why this is so important. You know, the real focus, you know, you don't study history just for history's sake. This is not so fruitful, right? It's trying to understand, put everything that's happening into a framework of understanding that helps you see the things that must be overthrown, the things that must be undone, the knowledge that must be unlearned, and what should be relearned, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. So, you know, okay, we all know that one of the aspects of this moment I'm talking about is that we're in this really acute combined climate change, ecological, social, and capitalist crisis all in one. Yeah, some people call pluricrisis and so on. And then we know, I'm sure you know, that capital and global capital accumulation are actually the real causes of all of the rest of the crisis, all combined. The real driver, the real root, you know. This has been said here already, this conference, rightly. And that when you look at this climate and ecological crisis together with the capitalist crisis, they're twinned in a way that one crisis cannot be solved without fundamentally solving the other, you see. And they are causal drivers of each other. So we've seen that just lately, you know, how serious the situation is with the synthesis report from the AR6 of the IPCC. You know, we are getting perilously close to certain kinds of tipping points and cascading tipping point risks, you know, which would then lead to really dramatic ecological and social failures, which of course is also historically, if you look at it dialectically, a moment of opportunity for transformative praxis. But you have to know which transformative praxis that you're trying to achieve. And this is another huge lesson in everything that Öcalan writes. You know, if you look at the lessons of the past and the failures of past rebellions and revolutions, which are perennial, but you must have very, very clear and firm ideas about what it is that is necessary to do to have a plan, yeah, a vision, and more than a vision. So this is the situation we're in. And we know that right now the historical imperative for the whole planet is that we must have a deep ecological and social restoration. But on what basis would that be? I mean, in the last panel we started to be honest about our spiritual reflections on what we do, you know, and I welcome that very much, and I've got some notes here about that, because we must have this moral, political, social restoration, but it's underpinned by a philosophical, cultural, human and species transformation, transformation of ourselves. You know, yes, through that recognition that we are nature and nature is us. Yes, the inseparability of that, but also like sort of go beyond certain kinds of dichotomies, which and dualisms of global, local, social, political, self-other, subject-object. But we have to have a revolutionary transformation of self. You know, which to transcend what we've been taught about individualism, petty egotism, materialism, consumerism, and all of these things. And to learn to, again, to think collectively and act collectively rather than individually. You know, this is the key. Arturo Escobar says this. think collectively, act collectively. This is how you move forward. And I was reminded of this book by Richard Tarnas, which was called The Passion of the Western Mind. And in the epilogue to that book, it's quite an old book now, he talks about the roots of the present crisis, which you might say the present crisis of capitalist modernity. And he says there are two key elements of the pathology that have to be overcome, the legacies of the Western mind over the dominance of the world. And one is the excessive dominance of masculine attributes of the psyche, which is a profound imbalance. Yeah? And that kind of echoing Carl Jung, that there's a profound rebalancing, refeminization, demasculinization that's needed in the human psyche to heal our culture, deep pathology in our culture. And the other is the excessive human species dominance over all the other planetary domain of life. It's objectification, mere objects, and the mere objects can be treated without moral reference, right? But this is a fundamental problem which is also related to hypermasculinity in the psyche. The two can't be separated out. So this is part of the profound transformation we have to make inside ourselves and then collectively and across the whole civilization to heal its melees and the sources of the crisis. So I think to save time, I'm going to skip over. I had a section on global extractivism and the necessity for a post-extractivist world order. I mean, extractivism is deeply embedded in the world system for 5 millennia, but in the past few centuries of colonialism, imperialism, it has intensified and become a global system, deeply embedded in the last several decades, and now massively intensified. Rather than retreating, it's intensifying. And part of the intensification has to do with the so-called green capitalism, green extractivism, green neocolonialism, as we've heard already, which I agree with. It is. So I just wanted to point out to people that I've got the last few years in the University of Helsinki, where I am, we've started this Global Extractivisms and Alternatives Initiative. And there's a lot of work there that we've been doing about this, to try to theorize extractivism and define global extractivism, do a lot of case studies, and also work on alternatives which create post-extractivist transformations in the world. It's a kind of necessary part of what has to happen. We have to move to a post-extractivist way of living, which is a really big concept. But I just ask you to maybe have a look at that, the University of Helsinki, Extractivisms and Alternatives Initiative. But one of the things I wanted to say, that post-extractivism requires, at the center of some of the things we need to understand conceptually to do, is decommodification of every sphere of life, the recommoning of every sphere of life, the radical democratization of every sphere of life. These are socialism. These are anti-capitalist. But we don't always talk about them with such a centrality, of the processes that need to be enacted, that need to be achieved, we fight for. People here know this. But one of the things I've just been working on a book with my friend Hamid Hosseini on a new theory of value, what we call a communist theory of value, which is this is a theory of value where we talk about the value that capital creates is a kind of fetish value. But in most economics, it's the only kind of value that's considered. And all the other types of human value that are based, that are submerged, latent, perennial, ever-present, ever-potent, which dominate much of our life. Elements of human life like love, care, empathy, mutual aid, solidarity, all the things that make us human, that James was talking about last night. These are outside the value system, the normal value system in economics. So we want to elevate and define the notion of true value outside capitalist social relations, outside the domination and subordination of capital, and re-elevate that whole concept as, again, what we're struggling for. We're struggling to create the conditions where true value can now prevail in human society again, as opposed to capitalist value, which is a form of subordination and unfreedom. So I just want to end by saying that the dialectical and holistic understanding of world system history, and I think which Öcalan says many, many times, shows us very clearly that there's a perennial will to resist. There's a perennial historical and popular will to try to achieve a life that is outside the domination of capital, of the state, and of the empire. Yes? And this is what, it is necessary to have a historically informed critique of capitalist modernity, the forms that it characterize it, how we got here, where we seem to be going. But the critique is not enough. You must have transformative practices. You must act, which we've been hearing and hearing and hearing, which is true. And you must clearly understand the forms, the visions, the practices, the processes that you need to achieve. Otherwise, you will probably fail or be crushed. Yeah? Not just to recapitulate what was done in the past, which failed. All that we've been hearing, the time we've been here. This lesson is repeated powerfully and clearly throughout all of Öcalan's writing, which is, again, why I've made myself a student of Öcalan. So I'm just saying, maybe just for what it's worth, I would like to declare that I will now, and I hope you will be, a conscientious objector to neoliberalism and neoliberal economic globalization, a conscientious objector to capitalist modernity, a conscientious objector to global extractivism, and a conscientious objector to the empire of capital. As James said, we use what we have and do what we can. We move forward together, and we relearn how to live collectively and build a free life and reclaim our world from the empire of capital. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. And I think the idea inside the Kurdish freedom movement, especially with Öcalan, is that we are all, and we should all be, both students and educators at the same time, because all of us have a lot to give. And I know that he has learned a lot, especially from yours and your theories as well. So thank you. There was a lot to be taken in this. And I think Veronica, at this moment, is going to take us back and show in more detail the roots of capitalism. Thank you, Veronica.
Ok, grazie. Anzitutto vi ringrazio per la possibilità di contribuire a questa conferenza, a questo momento così potente insieme a tutte e tutte voi. Il mio intervento sarà un intervento storico che spero potrà un po' chiarire anche le riflessioni dell'intervento precedente. E il mio intervento si intitola Processi di accumulazione originaria nella società sumera, perché appunto per una discussione circa l'origine del capitalismo è necessario partire appunto dal concetto di accumulazione originaria, concetto che indica un'accumulazione che non è il risultato ma il punto di partenza del modo di produzione capitalistico. Dunque, il processo di accumulazione originaria indica un processo storico che rivela delle condizioni strutturali necessarie all'esistenza della società capitalistica. E quindi è stato il femminismo materialista e Foucaultiano che ha svelato l'arcano di questo processo, e in particolare il lavoro di Silvia Federici, che ha mostrato come la transizione al capitalismo sia stata una risposta dei signori feudali, dell'aristocrazia mercantile, dei vescovi, dei papi, rispetto al duro conflitto sociale che tra il 1350 e il 1500 stava facendo vacillare il loro potere. Quindi si è trattato di una vera e propria controrivoluzione e non il risultato di un processo evolutivo in grado di liberare forze economiche maturate all'interno del vecchio sistema. Quindi lo sviluppo del capitalismo non era l'unica risposta possibile alla crisi del potere feudale, tanto che invece in Europa grandi movimenti sociali e ribelli si prospettavano una nuova società ugualitaria e cooperativa. Dunque la strategia messa in campo dai gruppi dominanti fu quella di cooptare dei giovani lavoratori maschi in lotta mediante un'iniqua politica sessuale che trasformava il conflitto di classe in antagonismo nei confronti delle donne, facilitando così l'introduzione di una nuova divisione sessuale del lavoro e la svalutazione della posizione sociale femminile. E la caccia alle streghe rappresentò il culmine della violenza di questo processo. Dunque, tra il XVI e il XVII secolo si costituì uno Stato centralizzato in grado di controllare la riproduzione e di imporre l'esproprio dei mezzi di sussistenza ai lavoratori europei e l'asservimento delle popolazioni indigene, americane e africane nelle miniere e nelle piantagioni. Dunque, l'accumulazione originaria, che è appunto all'origine e a fondamento del capitalismo, non è soltanto una struttura economica, ma è un vero e proprio dispositivo di governance, come sottolineò Jalan. E non è stata dunque una semplice accumulazione e concentrazione di forza lavoro e di capitale, ma un'accumulazione di differenze e di divisioni nella classe lavoratrice, così che le gerarchie basate sul genere, ma anche sulla razza, sull'età, sono diventate un elemento costitutivo del dominio di classe e della formazione del proletariato moderno. Dunque, questa archeologia della transizione al capitalismo deve essere collocata all'interno del quad della filosofia di Öcalan, poiché tale origine della divisione della società su cui si basa l'accumulazione originaria deve essere rintracciato nell'antica Mesopotamia, quindi nella società sumera, nella fase di istituzionalizzazione della gerarchia. Soprattutto l'accumulazione originaria in antica Mesopotamia si sviluppa principalmente grazie a due fattori: la trasformazione della mentalità della società in senso patriarcale e lo sviluppo dell'agricoltura. Per quanto riguarda il primo punto, bisogna sempre tenere presente che in origine furono le donne a sviluppare una forma di società sedentaria nella quale ricoprivano un ruolo decisivo in quanto centro della cultura, del sapere, delle relazioni con l'ambiente e della riproduzione della comunità. Il cambio di mentalità rispetto a questa società naturale si ebbe quando l'uomo forte si alleò con il gruppo degli anziani per sviluppare sistematicamente una forma di società rivolta contro le donne, educando e formando alcuni giovani uomini al combattimento violento e sanguinario. Dunque da qui si svilupperanno l'autorità e la gerarchia, autorità patriarcale che si trasformerà in ultima istanza in autorità statale. Dunque, in origine, l'autorità maschile emerge in una società radicalmente comunitaria, incentrata sul principio della redistribuzione contro forme di accumulazione considerate profondamente contrarie alla morale e alla religione. Infatti, lo stesso Öcalan riconosce che prima che il dominio facesse parte delle relazioni umane, l'uso della forza maschile non poteva imporsi in maniera definitiva. Invece, il dominio ha a che fare con il possesso. La condizione del possedere, dice Öcalan, è il nocciolo di tutti i sistemi di proprietà. Dunque, una nuova epoca storica iniziò quando nella comunità donne, bambini, giovani, come pure i territori destinati alla caccia e alla raccolta, iniziarono ad essere considerati come una proprietà. E nel frattempo la figura dello sciamano era occupata a ideare la mitologia di questa nuova era. Quindi questa analisi mette in evidenza l'articolazione di subordinazione patriarcale e processo di accentramento proprietario e rivela in modo ancora più chiaro come il capitalismo deve essere compreso come dominio da parte di poteri possessivi, sfruttatori, coloniali e assimilazionisti, dunque come monopolio di potere e capitale. Questo nuovo sistema si espresse compiutamente nella cultura tardo-Uruk che si diffuse in Mesopotamia tra il IV e il III millennio a.C., in relazione soprattutto all'adozione di una nuova tecnologia, di un nuovo metodo legato all'agricoltura, molto simile al sistema delle piantagioni, che fu dunque determinante per lo sviluppo del capitalismo, non solo per l'immenso surplus di forza lavoro che accumulò, ma perché delineò modelli di organizzazione del lavoro, di produzione destinata all'esportazione e di divisione internazionale della forza lavoro che sono diventati paradigmatici dei rapporti di classe capitalistici. Dunque, tale tecnologia agricola necessitava per l'impianto e la gestione di una forma di autorità in grado di coordinare e pianificare l'installazione dei terreni attraverso la colonizzazione ex novo di aree abbastanza estese. E dunque l'organo di gestione centralizzata che si attestò come fulcro di questo sistema fu il Tempio. Il Tempio, tuttavia, non poté svolgere questa funzione senza questa funzione materiale, infrastrutturale, senza una legittimazione ideologica, che portò a scegliere il Tempio tra altre varie agenzie centrali possibili. Infatti, la sottrazione di risorse ai produttori per l'accumulazione all'interno delle risorse e dei beni all'interno del Tempio richiede una forte dose di coercizione che può essere fisica o meglio, più efficacemente, ideologica. E dunque il Tempio era l'unica istituzione in grado di convincere i produttori a cedere sostanziose quote del loro lavoro a vantaggio della comunità e dei dirigenti del Tempio che facevano le veci della divinità sulla terra. Dunque, per fornire legittimazione alle nuove gerarchie era necessario produrre un apparato simbolico dell'autorità ben riconoscibile e la strategia utilizzata fu quella di ampliare i territori sotto influenza delle prime città-stato che si trovavano in Mesopotamia meridionale e di reperire grandi quantità di metallo, legne, pietre preziose per arricchire i nuovi edifici pubblici monumentali, tutti materiali che non erano reperibili in Mesopotamia meridionale. Dunque, il rapporto di sfruttamento economico del centro quindi della Mesopotamia meridionale, dove si trovavano le prime città-stato, rispetto alla periferia, quindi le altre zone della Mesopotamia, non riguardava per lo più l'esproprio di beni di consumo primario, che invece venivano gestiti in maniera autonoma dalle popolazioni indigene, ma invece esso intaccava il modo di vivere di queste popolazioni indigene, costrette per esempio ad impiantare economie estrattiviste sui loro territori a vantaggio delle città del sud, come fu per esempio appunto per i cantoni montani del nord della Mesopotamia, quindi nel nord del Kurdistan, siti in zone minerarie. E tale sfruttamento non aveva ripercussioni solo sull'economia, ma anche sui modi di organizzazione della società. Infatti le società dei territori periferici, rispetto appunto al sud, non ancora strutturate secondo il modello statale, assistettero a un'accelerazione dei processi di rafforzamento della gerarchia, in quanto i gruppi di potere locale, assimilando lo stile di vita delle comunità e delle città sud-mesopotamiche, diventarono interpreti di questo vasto sistema di dominio. Quindi, in conclusione, questa prospettiva femminista, materialista e genealogica può fornire ulteriori argomentazioni per comprendere per quale motivo Öcalan faccia risalire le origini del capitalismo alla società sumera, dove si inaugurarono appunto quei fenomeni sia materiali che ideologici che permangono ancora oggi nei processi di accumulazione originaria, ossia dunque l'aumento delle violenze contro le donne, l'esproprio dei beni comuni e il colonialismo. Grazie.
Thank you, Veronica. That was so important, this demystification of capitalism, and to show its roots and how it actually became to rule over us. Like Barry said, an aberration becoming the norm or trying to become the norm by eating into our area of free life. We have basically had all the speakers' contribution, and I think we have a better conceptualization now with the second panel of the way that capitalism has actually constructed its rule. So now what I will do is I will open it up for discussion. I think I will follow Bengi's cue. I think that was really good. We will take 3 questions at a time and get our panelists to respond to them, and then when we have time, we will continue. So now I open the floor for questions. Could somebody help us with the microphone? Okay. Yes, I think there's a microphone there. Is that put there so everybody goes there and speaks? I think the friend over here wanted to say something. Oh, I see. I thought you had a question. Okay. Is there? Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Is the microphone on? Cool. So this is, I think, mostly a reply to Barry, which is that this isn't my area of history, but I'm pretty sure that people have been saying that the end for capitalism is near for the last 150 years, right? So I guess I'm quite skeptical of us thinking the same right now. It's possible, but I don't know. I think it's also quite possible that all of these crises could just replace capitalism with something worse. Like we could. Oh, sorry. Give a moment for the translators to catch up. Sorry. Yeah. Is it also possible that, I don't know, all of these compounding crises and the acceleration of capitalism could result in some kind of, climate Leviathan type, I don't know, regime where we have centralized government control, rationing resources, that kind of thing. I'm just quite skeptical that if we just give capitalism a few more decades of climate change or something, it's going to explode. That I lost that question halfway through, but hopefully it makes sense.
Okay, anyone else? There's one right at the end, and then another friend over here.
Tüm katılımcı arkadaşları saygıyla selamlıyorum. Hepinize kolay gelsin. Sanıyorum arkadaşın konuşmasına devam olarak benim de... Sorry, çok hızlı oldu. Kusura bakmayın. Sanıyorum... Okay. Tüm katılımcı arkadaşları saygıyla selamlıyorum. Benim sorum arkadaşın sorusunun devamı mahiyetinde olacak. Şimdi Sümerlerden itibaren bir hububat ve emek değer birikiminden söz ediyoruz. Kapitalizmin şekillenmesinin, sistemi oluşturmasının da bu biriken emek ve hububat değerler üzerinden olduğunu konuşup duruyoruz. Daha sonra bunun 13. yüzyıldan sonra bunun Keynes tarafından gayri safi milli hasıla olarak adlandırıldığını da biliyoruz. Şimdi sizlere soruyorum, sizce gayri safi milli hasıla ve kapitalizmin gelişimi sonsuza kadar devam edecek midir? Yoksa gayri safi milli hasıla, karın artımı ve kapitalizmin yamyamlaşması kendisinin sistem iç sorunlarından kaynaklı duracak mıdır? Teşekkür ederim.
Over there in the middle with the pink jumper or something.
Slowly. Assuming that the gender binary is one of the fundamental logic of the capitalist... Okay. Assuming that the gender binary is one of the foundational logics of the capitalist patriarchy, as well as one of the major front lines of current fascism, I wanted to ask you, how do you integrate critique on gender binary and trans persons into your theory? And the question goes especially to Mariam, how consumerable do you think a critique of gender binary and the slogan Jinjian Azadi are?
Okay, now we've had 3 questions. Now I would like our speakers to contribute. Anyone can go, whoever wants to.
I have a comment about the original accumulation, which is that in 1649, which is the year after the famous Treaty of Westphalia, which was supposed to bring a whole new order to Europe, and which international relations theorists of the conservative sort still see as a foundational template for modernity. There was a kind of underground samizdat, dissident, radical, leveler current at the same time producing pamphlets in Amsterdam And so I read one of them in 1649, Against Tyranny. And the author, writing in English, coming out of the English Civil War, might have been a digger or a leveler or some other radical. And he said, look, they're announcing this new Westphalian order as some sort of marvelous thing, which is bringing peace after 30 years of tearing ourselves apart with horrors. And then it's a kind of new freedom order, But actually, what this really is an agreement amongst the elite ruling classes of Europe, their new oligarchy. They're consolidating their power, and what they really want to do in this Treaty of Westphalia is enslave all of us across all of Europe, as they have done all across the colonies. So, there is always the possibility, of course, that when the question was asked about the terminal crisis, is this the terminal crisis finally happening? Well, in terms of ecological limits, there's a possibility of that. We cannot deny that the risk of cascading tipping points and amplifying each other out of all control into an uninhabitable planet is real. And it's being underestimated globally how real that is. And just working to keep things to 2 centigrade is already catastrophic, by the way. But past that, we really might reach the ecological limits of capital accumulation. It is possible. But there's always the possibility of a ferociously repressive response. And authoritarianism is there as the real specter haunting us all. And the only thing standing between that endgame in history is us. We are standing, all the movements and all the resistance, all the transformative resistances and praxis, those are the things that can prevent that end game of, the brutality of fascism over everyone.
Scusate per l'intervento in italiano, ma mi è più facile. Allora, rispetto alla seconda domanda, spero di aver capito bene la questione. E dell'intervento che mi sembrava si focalizzasse sulla questione della possibilità di una continua accumulazione originaria e la diminuzione dei profitti. Io credo che queste questioni siano delle questioni divise e che invece l'accumulazione originaria sia proprio quel dispositivo che utilizza il capitalismo per risolvere la crisi endemica di questo sistema economico e politico. E i processi di accumulazione originaria si radicano nella società, si radicano nelle relazioni, si radica nelle risorse naturali e quindi in realtà tutto quello che di buono in realtà può produrre la società può essere oggetto di sussunzione, di accumulazione. E appunto su questo, per provare a rispondere almeno all'ultima domanda circa il binarismo, io credo che appunto Federici, ma come tra tante altre femministe, eccetera, ci mostrino come la logica del capitale sia la logica dell'opposizione, della divisione, che è il principio della divisione del lavoro, è il principio della divisione, della distinzione tra centro e periferia, tra città e campagna, e quindi anche poi la divisione di genere. Sono tutti principi, cioè rispondono tutti alla medesima logica e per quanto riguarda la questione di genere, che è appunto la prima, possiamo dire la prima divisione, come riconosce Genan, ma anche come in qualche modo comprendeva forse anche già Marx, è l'origine appunto di tutti questi processi di subordinazione che si basano sulla... scusate. Everything, ok.
Okay.
Ok, scusate. Sì, allora. La divisione di genere, che possiamo riconoscere come l'origine di tutte le altre divisioni del corpo sociale, si basa sulla produzione di una distinzione. E come viene prodotta questa distinzione? Sulla base della naturalizzazione di differenti ruoli sociali, che erano appunto le distinzioni tra donne e uomini già nella società naturale, che sono ancora quelle odierne. Quindi sicuramente mettere in discussione questi ruoli sociali e quindi la trasformazione dell'ambito della riproduzione sociale è, io credo, il primo campo di lotta, sicuramente per abbattere il binarismo di genere che genera la violenza contro le donne, ma anche per mettere in crisi, ad esempio, un'istituzione familiare che ad oggi, nel sistema capitalistico, è la base del sistema di dominio dello Stato.
زۆر سپاس بۆ پرسیارەکان. دەتوانم بە ئیسپانیایش قسەکەم ئەگەر بۆ وەرگێڕەکان زەحمەتە. Español. Voy a responder en español porque los traductores me piden traducir de Sorani, es difícil. Por la crisis capitalista, pues lo peor ya hace tiempo ha llegado. Ha llegado con tantos desastres de la naturaleza. Ha llegado con la guerra que está en la puerta de Europa, prácticamente, y empezó con la Tercera Guerra Mundial en Oriente Medio. Han llegado sus señales de que va a venir lo peor. Ha llegado cuando en distintos países europeos los fascistas están ganando mucho en las elecciones, ¿no? Ya en distintos países están gobernando. Entonces, lo peor está y no creo que vaya a empeorar más, porque nosotras nacimos en la guerra, nos crecimos en la guerra y toda nuestra vida es guerra. Tal vez en Europa no se ha sentido que ha llegado desde hace tiempo, pero creo que aquí también ya está en marcha. Lo que nos cae es la resistencia. Como decimos en Kurdistán, que la resistencia es la vida, debemos definir la vida en la palabra de resistencia y no buscar las reformas dentro del mismo sistema de capitalista patriarcal. Lo que tenemos es organizarnos en una base teórica libertaria y poner en marcha, en práctica, tanto en la vida personal como en la vida social. Sobre la pregunta de régimen binario, como ha dicho bien Verónica, lo ha explicado muy bien, yo también creo que en tres momentos de la división de género en la historia, con la llegada del chamanismo y luego con la llegada de la filosofía y con las religiones que también ayudaron mucho al patriarcado, estamos en la tercera, que es el modernidad capitalista. Y se ha convertido en nuestras mentes, nuestra vida social, nuestra vida personal, en dos líneas. Hay un Estado-nación, hay pueblos oprimidos. Hay mujer, hay hombre. Hay imperialista, hay antiimperialista. Hay capitalista, hay anticapitalista. Creo que lo que tenemos que buscar es una tercera vía. Y creo que Abdullah Öcalan lo ha buscado muy bien. y lo ha formulado también en el sistema del confederalismo democrático, que es una tercera vía que critica momentos de la historia, todas las revoluciones que ha habido, y critica fuertemente el sistema y da una resolución que es social, es política, es cultural, es económica, y es un proceso que podemos avanzar nuestros pensamientos para acabar con este régimen binario. Porque eso empezó con la esclavitud de las mujeres, empezó con ni siquiera esclavitud, de eliminar otros géneros, de no reconocerlos, y solo coger una tercera vía puede ayudarnos a que podamos ubicar y que podamos acabar con ellos. Si Genji Zadi no puede, es difícil que otra teoría pueda hacerlo, porque como bien explicaron los compañeros, con la palabra de Gen, de la mujer, volvemos a raíz del problema, donde empezó la esclavitud. Hablamos de una libertad que acaba con esta esclavitud, y creo que esto puede dar un resultado de todo lo que está pasando con nuestras sociedades y con nosotros mismos.
So I think we have room for another 3 questions. We will take another 3 and then we will finalize this session, I think. If you have further questions, we'll take them. There's a friend over there. Can somebody please take the microphone? And there's another one over there. So is anyone taking the microphone?
Okay, I'm just wondering, I hope it's not a stupid question or a lazy question, but what are your visions of a post-capitalist world?
Okay. All right. I couldn't see who posed the question. Can I see the person? Okay. All right. Yeah. And there was one more over here, I think, or no? Then there was a person here. Yeah.
Yo voy a hablar en español porque quisiera plantear algunas cosas. Por ejemplo, que la división de clases no fue algo evolutivo, no nació de la nada. La división de clases necesitó de la violencia para imponerse. Y de esa manera no la vamos a terminar nunca. Entonces, en la cosmovisión andina decimos que tendrían que pasar unas 7 generaciones después de la llegada europea para superar la diferencia que había entre Europa y nuestros países. ¿Qué significa eso? Significa que en 7 generaciones tendríamos que igualar nuestras conciencias, tanto de los que llegaron como de los que ya estábamos ahí. En esa medida, igualar nuestras conciencias significa declararnos todos seres humanos, con los mismos derechos y posibilidades de todos. En ese sentido, el terminar con las desigualdades significa que nosotros evolucionemos cada uno, que alcancemos un nivel de conciencia suficiente, que seamos capaces de convertir a los demás también a ese cambio de conciencia. No sé si me he dejado entender, y quisiera que también de la mesa, que me doy cuenta que compartimos mucho con los kurdos estas visiones. Gracias.
Okay, there's one more person there, and we'll take that, and we'll be fine until now.
Hi. I don't know, I'm just asking myself a little bit how this constant hopelessness is instilled by us by the ruling class, since, like, I don't know if it sounds too stupid or too simple, but the point is there's, for us, not really anything else to do apart from resist. And I think it would be also very fascinating to study, or if there are like examples in history of the ruling class actively and openly talking about how you instill the fear of resisting and how you spread hopelessness so the great mass of humanity doesn't decapitate them like they deserve.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm going to now give the word to our speakers. Maybe if they want to comment on both the comments or the questions, as well as to wrap up if there's anything else they want to add as a finish off. Thanks. Would any one of you want to go first? Barry, I think we start with you.
Because I'm on the end. What are our visions of the post-capitalist world? Well, I mean, this has been feedback. I've been learning from the Sociology of Freedom, Öcalan's book, a lot about how to kind of perceive that. You know, the idea that we're going to achieve this revolution soon, that, you know, the whole of capitalism will be overthrown, all of it. And all of those structures of the world system I talked about, embedded for millennia, will be overthrown. That's not very realistic. And so, well, then what? Well, you know, there are resistances, transformative praxis that are pushing against those forms that are fundamental to the capitalist order. We've been talking about them all the time. I think we broadly agree about what some of those are. You know, decommodification of life. Turn it off. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was what calling the thing. Sorry about that. I couldn't tell what was going on. Yeah, and I wasn't looking at you. I'm really sorry. Well, so, you know, it's like having a sense that it's a historical process which is not strictly predictable, won't be this sort of total victory all at once, sometime soon, you know, but nevertheless, all the struggles and all their myriad forms matter immensely. Everything depends on them. So what we were saying about the specter of fascism, of brute force, of brutality, murder, state violence is there everywhere, as this system goes into its demise. Which I'm again saying I believe that it is in its demise. I'm not the only one who believes that from the evidence. But yes, and that's not hope. Again, we've been talking about that today. That's action. You know, so to make it real. That's what's so important about Öcalan's thought, is linked directly to transformative action in real places by real people. It's, you know, that it has to be that way. It has to be in a real territory with real people, embodied, being practiced. And those are the precious results of revolution. And that's all we can say right now. And then building the solidarities, yes, that we're all these movements, which is going on in the world, have been going on in the world now for some decades, learning from each other. I mean, really learning from each other. And in that way, you know, enhancing the practices, you know, learning the lessons and learning the techniques, learning the practices, learning the processes. That's it, that's the process, and we cannot say more about it, really. It's open.
Sì, molto brevemente, soprattutto sul secondo intervento. Certo, tutte queste divisioni di cui abbiamo parlato si basano su una repressione violentissima, ma appunto come spiegò Ciaran, fin dalle origini della società, possiamo dire, della civiltà, dello Stato, nelle prime forme di urbanizzazione, le prime divisioni di classe si basano su un sistema di violenza, di irrigidimento della forza produttiva, le prime manifatture che si trovavano nei tempi mesopotamici erano delle vere e proprie fabbriche in cui lavoravano donne schiave colonizzate, le donne che venivano portate nelle città dopo aver impiantato le prime colonie nel nord della Mesopotamia, e ovviamente questi processi sono processi che rivediamo nella storia in maniera ciclica, in maniera strutturale, e quindi questa violenza è una violenza strutturale che si radica nelle relazioni sociali, nelle innovazioni, nella produzione, ma nel senso positivo che c'è nella società, come la fantasia, la creatività, eccetera, le innovazioni, nel senso più positivo possibile, appunto. E sono processi storici lunghissimi, come ci insegna il movimento di liberazione curdo, ma appunto non solo, tante filosofie della storia che si oppongono a una visione progressista, lineare, estremamente semplicistica dello sviluppo storico, che in qualche modo sono anche state un po' assunte da alcune esperienze del socialismo reale del secolo scorso. E noi dobbiamo veramente ripensare la nostra temporalità. Io capisco molto bene quando si parla di tante generazioni per ripulire le nostre coscienze, e quindi questa è, diciamo, una prospettiva temporale storica molto lunga, di cui dobbiamo prenderci in qualche modo la responsabilità. Quello che invece si può fare adesso nella pratica è appunto l'organizzazione, e penso che appunto la prospettiva del confederalismo democratico ci dia l'orizzonte di una pratica possibile nel presente, al fine di costruire questo orizzonte storico di lunghissima, speriamo, durata, e niente, questo.
For a post-capitalist, post-patriarchal world, I just want to quote two Black scholars. One of them is Da Silva. She writes really wonderful things, and one of the things she says is universality is difference without separability. This is a utopia. I mean, this is one of the things I envision, I guess, for a post-capitalist world, that communities, all communities are, in a sense, non-separable from each other, but they produce difference. And the second quote comes from Bachelard, and Fred Moten uses it. I love that too. Consent not to be a single being. And I think that's the second thing that I would envision for a post-capitalist world. A lot of play, a lot of opportunity to be something different than a single being. And yeah, a lot of experiment, a lot of art, a lot of leisure to experiment with not being a single thing. Thank you.
Es verdad que no hay que solo ponernos en solo resistencia, pero esta resistencia, si está acompañada con una teoría bien hecha de liberación, creo que es el camino que nos puede llevar a acabar no solo con el sistema del capitalismo, porque es importante decir qué queremos construir después de este capitalismo que queremos acabar, ¿no? Ha habido muchas revoluciones en la historia de la humanidad, pero estamos en el momento que estamos. Ha habido muchos cambios democráticos, pero al final se convirtieron en autoritarismo, en gobiernos que no respetan, ¿no? Que abandonan hasta sus propias ideologías, ¿no? Hasta los gobiernos de izquierda. Entonces me pregunto, ¿qué alternativa debemos buscar para tener una visión de lo que queremos, ¿no? Lo que fuimos, lo que somos y lo que queremos? Es importante poder responder a estas tres preguntas. Y con estas tres preguntas sí que podemos llegar a nuestros objetivos. El capitalismo está en el momento, el capitalismo patriarcal, porque si solo decimos el capitalismo, dejamos una parte muy, muy importante, dejamos el raíz, que es el patriarcado. El capitalismo patriarcal está en su momento más salvaje en la historia. La violencia, sí, la violencia está en las calles de Francia, cuando la policía ataca a los manifestantes con tanta violencia brutal que da una imagen real de lo que es la democracia neoliberal, ¿no? Debemos denunciar, no solo denunciar lo que está pasando en Oriente Medio, en África, en América Latina o en otras partes, sino también denunciar fuertemente lo que está pasando aquí, lo que nos están vendiendo a otras partes del mundo con la perspectiva del norte del mundo, una democracia, ¿no? Lo que quieren ahora traerlo a Irán, lo que querían traerlo a Irak, a Siria, destruir los pueblos, feminicidio, crear grupos radicales, alimentarlos para acabar con los movimientos revolucionarios y alternativas, luchar contra este aislamiento que han puesto contra el líder del pueblo kurdo, Abdullah Öcalan, que tiene una visión muy, muy importante para dar una alternativa a este sistema. Y aislamiento de Abdullah Öcalan no es aislamiento solo de un líder kurdo, ni siquiera solo de un filósofo. Es aislar la respuesta a la crisis que estamos viviendo, sobre todo en Oriente Medio. Es aislar a esta alternativa que puede darnos otra visión distinta. Es aislar a la unidad de los pueblos, a la unidad de las mujeres, a la unidad de las personas que luchan por la libertad. Es aislar a nuestra alternativa. ¿Y por qué está aislado? Porque es una persona que ha nacido en Oriente Medio y ha dado una teoría de liberación a las personas. ¿Y cómo puede nacer una persona en Oriente Medio cuando la ciencia política y la ciencia está en norte, ¿no? En Oriente Medio no tenemos derecho de tener un filósofo así. Si no, acaba en prisión, nos ponen en la lista de terroristas y fácilmente hasta las universidades no permiten que hablamos sobre estas cuestiones y lo cuestionamos el sistema capitalista patriarcal. Si es necesario, necesitamos poner otra, no sé cómo decirlo, tamadun, en castellano ahora no me sale, otra civilización. Si es necesario, debemos construir otra civilización, pero no podemos aguantar más esta situación.
I thank all the speakers and just add that, of course, tomorrow and on Sunday, we will be further discussing what it is that we want to create and how it is that we should do it. And I think that maybe we should also look at it from the perspective that we are not creating something that is not there. It's not something begins after something ends. So it's really important to keep in mind, because we exist. You know, we create values that are social, that are communal. Therefore, it's important to not think that capitalism will end and then something else will begin. When we look at it from that way, I think we can see that what we need to do is to limit and restrict what is really destroying not only nature, but the unity between all living life and beings. That's my 2 cents, and I thank everybody, and we're going to have more profound discussions. Before we give a break of 45 minutes, I call Raima. I think he has some important announcements.
Can you have them? Yes, I have announcements, and quite a lot of them. One short and urgent. Our opening speaker, James Kelman, has not gone missing, but somebody's looking for him urgently because he's needed right now. So please, if anybody knows where James Kelman is or he himself, please come to the exit. Now, I've also been asked to remind the audience that today is the 4th anniversary of the death of Sheikh Saradoshin Sarah Handelman, a German internationalist who was killed in Kurdistan. The 1st anniversary today. There are changes with the workshops, with the plan that you have, hopefully everybody in front of you. Only minor changes. Well, let me just list them. Yes. And if there is further things unclear after I'm finished, please ask the people, and some of the questions will get to us and we'll make more announcements. So workshop number 8, which was about the Zapatista kind of education, that one is cancelled. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, well, I can't hold it. And the ones who were going to hold it are not coming, so if anybody else wants to hold it, you're welcome. But it's probably not happening. For workshop number 16, the intellectual tasks with the headline, that was announced as German and Spanish. That is not correct. The presenters speak mainly English. There may be also Spanish translation at hand by the, initiators of the workshop, but it's not German. That's incorrect. Number 16, the intellectual tasks thing. Now there was, if you look at the plan with the workshops, in the Rote Flora building, there is the Kurdish dancing workshop, the Govent workshop. I don't exactly know the number, but it's in the Rote Flora building, and it's the longest there. So there's an invitation to come to the, after everything else ends, to come there and spend an evening there with music and dance and community. It's a good place for that, and there is music there already. The Kurdish dancers are there and the musicians, so people are invited to come after the other workshops and also there and spend some time together. Now there has been the announcement that the chairs and the booths, the cabins for the interpreters, have to be removed tonight. That is not correct. On the contrary, the chairs have to be left exactly as they are, like with all the connections as they were. Probably nobody took chairs out, but if you did, put them back, please. I think that may have been the complete list of announcements for now. Thank you very much, and stay alert for the next announcements. lot of time with this. And also about the coming in and going out, the people who help at the doors, the security people, they're asked to keep the level of going in and out, and especially opening the doors and closing the doors, to an absolute minimum. And if possible, to use really the most behind doors, the last ones, and not go in and out so much with the other doors. It makes noise and irritates people. One announcement I'm going to make in Turkish. Bir araba var Hamburg plakasıyla HHHK 6201. Epey bir süredir orada park ediyor. Onun kaldırılması gerekiyor. Araba ki heye bir plaka Hamburg'a HHHK 6201 demek ki drejli vire heval belabık schienen. Es geht um ein Auto mit dem Kennzeichen HHHK 6201, aber es ist wahrscheinlich von einer türkischen oder kurdischen Genossin oder einem Genossen. Das muss da weg. Zu den... Okay, I'm continuing in English. Is that okay? Okay. For the workshops, some things we didn't mention because we're also a bit confused. The translation, there's no real translation like here organized. Obviously, we can't move the booths, those. It's not possible. And since the planning was very, very, very short notice, we couldn't make a full distribution of translators. So there's no real plan of what kind of translation will be available. Of course, if people are there who are able to interpret, there will be like on the fly, like whisper translation, but we can't really guarantee anything, so everybody's called to help to make it more understandable to more people. There is also no kind of registration for the workshops. So there's no place to sign up, say, I mean, of course you can talk to if you know, like the people who are going to do the workshop, you can say you come, but there's no central registration, so we can't really know how full the workshops are going to be. It's a bit of a lottery. There may be some workshops that are more full than the capacity of the rooms allows, or there may be some that have very few attendants, so we really can't know. That is what I remember now. There may be other things. One more request before we start. Apparently, outside, there's a bit of problem with the usage of the garden. Like people trample through the flowers or use it as a garbage bin for cigarettes. That's not good. I mean, the cigarettes can and have to be removed. It's part of, we have to really clean up after the session, like totally. It has to be totally clean, everything here. That includes the cigarette thingamabobs, I don't know what they're called. The rest of the cigarettes, but to trample over the flowers is not nice, so please abstain from that. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Hello, hello. I think most of us are back from the break, and maybe we can start slowly. Welcome, everyone, to the third panel for today. This session was originally scheduled for Saturday, and it's part of the first panel for the theme Resist, Reclaim, and Rebuild. And the particular panel is called Resistance and Change Begins in Art. And I'm delighted to have three members of the original panel here. As Havin described earlier, one of our panelists, Mitskin, wasn't able to secure a visa. But we are here with Renee, Irene, and David. I will share with you their brief bios before we get into their presentations. And given that this panel is about the role of art and our imagination and perhaps undoing ways in which we have been trained to think in certain divisions and categories, it will, at some points, become more of an experimental panel. We'll begin with the description of the biographies. First, we have Irene Anastas, who dreams of becoming one day a writer, a revolutionary, a painter, an herbalist, a thinker, a philosopher, an anthropologist, a baker, a filmmaker, a feminist, an artist, and a poet. She was born in Palestine and studied in Berlin and lived in New York for 2 decades. There she accrued an auto-certified post-educational degree from 16 Beaver Group. In what? In understanding that common life needs to be attended for. We also have Renee Gabri, a he, a she, an it, an if, a when, a who, a where, a how, a feeling, a remembering, a searching, a wandering, a with, a situation, a context, a desiring, a taking, a giving, a sharing, a learning, a loving, a way, a means, a yes, a no, a revoking, an artist, and unworking. And I will also mention that Irene and Renee have been collaborating for some time together across different projects, and I think their presentation will echo that history and sort of deep experiences of working collaboratively. And last but not least, we have David Nordenberg, who is presenting for us as part of the Call for Papers. We're super excited to have David with us, who is a student of archaeology and activist from the Netherlands. And I'd like to invite for us to begin with David, if that's okay. It's a little bit out of sequence from our program, but I think many things will be outside of the program tonight, so take it away.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, see? I knew there was something I had to press. Anyway, so before I start, I'd just like to say that I'm really glad to be here, surrounded by so many amazing activists and academics and revolutionaries even. I'd never had an opportunity to attend one of these conferences before, although I've read all of the previous conference booklets with great interest, and it was those booklets that actually inspired me to do the research that brought me here today. And it deals with topics of archaeology, culture, the institutions that we create to preserve them, and how they can become perverted by nationalism and the state. Archaeology as a discipline has a checkered past. From its roots in colonialism to its misappropriation by the fascist dictatorships of the 21st century, the paradigmatic shifts are relatively well studied. But this history still weighs very heavy on the actual heritage policies decided upon by governments. Like Abdullah Öcalan's critique of the social sciences as tools of power, we can apply this critique to archaeology in particular and ask ourselves, how do we practice an archaeology of freedom? That is to say, an archaeology without the trappings of nationalism, statism, and patriarchal biases. Advances have been made in decolonial and anarchist archaeological theory, similar in many ways to Murray Bookchin and Abdullah Öcalan's perspectives. But the practical applications of a non-hierarchical outlook remain understudied. So how do we instill these values in the cultural and heritage institutions that we create? Well, we can catch a glimpse of what this democratic community ownership of heritage can look like, without the intervention of the state, by looking at the case study of archaeological committees in the autonomous administration of northeast Syria. But before we get into practicalities, first we must pay some attention as to why archaeology is such a potent tool for both liberation and domination. The practice of creating a mythical lineage for a state's rulers and institutions is about as old as states themselves. When we look at ancient historical records and documents, the overwhelming majority of preserved works present us with a rather one-sided picture. The histories of royal succession, court dramas, and imperial conquests are well documented, and often expressly written as propaganda. The histories of commoners, on the other hand, not so much. And problematically, this bias continues to exist within archaeology, driven by the discipline's close proximity to the nation-state. In fact, the focus on state civilization is ingrained in the very language we use to describe the ebb and flow of empires. In David Graeber and David Wengrow's book, The Dawn of Everything, they pay particular attention to this linguistic bias. One of the examples of this is the term pre-dynastic Uruk, Uruk being the most famous of the Mesopotamian early cities. And this term, pre-dynastic Uruk, is a term that is used to denote around 700 years of alternative communal political organization. But still, it's denoted as pre-dynastic. Why not describe it on its own merits? What this demonstrates is that the state-based civilization is still taken as the default, the desired form of social organization, and alternatives are seen as either anomalies or underdeveloped and still on the trajectory towards the state. Just as much as ancient empires created extensive state-based mythologies, modern nation-states practice a very similar historical theater. And archaeology is often employed as a method to give such national epics a degree of scientific legitimation, cementing claims to both territory and power. One could write such an analysis of almost every single nation-state on the planet today. In Syria's case, being a post-colonial state with borders drawn up by imperial powers of Europe, it had to invent its own national canon. The Syrian state's new Arab-centric history would thus become a melding of various cultures and preceding states. For example, Queen Zenobia of the Palmyrene Empire was to become a progenitor of the Syrian Arab identity, and the ruins of Palmyra itself became a central piece of national iconography. More so than just deifying the nation-state and its rulers, providing them with a mythic heritage, this state-based approach is also instrumental in excising history of oppressed peoples, be it commoners, ethnic minorities, or women. And states often have a vested interest in erasing these histories, as Cremity archaeologist Paulette Steeves highlights in relation to indigenous people in the Americas. She decries the simplification of indigenous people in the Americas as one pan-hemispheric cultural group, that is to say, encompassing the entirety of the Americas, and were referred to as the Clovis people, thought up until recently to be the first people to reach the Americas. But this term is long outdated, albeit still commonly used. This relates to another important question, that of the settlement timeline of the Americas. And this has become a deeply political question for indigenous people, albeit not by their choice. For centuries, early American anthropologists and subsequently archaeologists vehemently denied the possibility of settlement of the Americas prior to 13,000 BCE, which in turn effectively denied indigenous claims to the land established in oral traditions. After all, in the minds of the colonists, how could their claim be any more legitimate than that of the Europeans if they had only been there a mere few thousand years? And whilst the re-examination and discovery of more and more pre-Clovis sites has been breaking down the Clovis first theory and pushing back the date of arrival in the Americas, it remains a debate fraught with controversy. For Kurdistan especially, there was an immense effort by state-sponsored Turkish academia to erase its historical and cultural identity. One of the archaeologists I interviewed during my research, Salah al-Din Sino from Afrin, emphasized that this is part of Turkey's occupation. Heritage sites in the occupied areas are targeted by mercenary and jihadist groups, sites such as Ain Dara, Sirus, and its numerous tells. They've been repeatedly looted, with artifacts being smuggled out of the region and Kurdish and Yazidi heritage being purposefully destroyed. This targeted erasure can be seen as yet another component of the Turkish state's war against the Kurdish identity. So how do we respond to this systematized historical and cultural erasure? Well, one approach to this is history from below. But let's define it before we continue any further. Marcus Rediker, a historian of Atlantic seafaring and author of an excellent book on pirates, by the way, provides a concise list of criteria. 1, working people are its subject. And 2, it always treats questions of power and oppression and resistance as they are joined historically. 3, it talks about the experience of ordinary people. 4, it talks about the consciousness of ordinary people. 5, it tries to recover the voices of ordinary people. And finally, 6, it is about the agency of working people. Judging by Rediker's criteria, we can say that the historical narratives put forth by Murray Bookchin and Abdullah Öcalan fall squarely into this category. Both Bookchin and Öcalan examine the same historical undercurrent, that of resistance and rebellion against hierarchies, labeling it as the legacy of freedom and democratic civilization, respectively. And it shouldn't be understated how central this is to their political projects. Being able to identify alternatives to the hegemonic state civilization in the past also allows us to imagine liberatory alternatives in the present and future. It becomes a fundamental part of breaking with the suffocating fog of capitalist realism. By moving our focus from the history of rulers to that of rebels, we offer ordinary people, quote unquote, especially those from marginalized communities, a chance to reconnect with a past that many feel was never about them. What children and students are taught today is essentially a hagiography of their nation state, one built on the toil and suffering of their ancestors. It then becomes unsurprising that many take little interest in a history where they would have had no agency, which can inspire a correspondingly drab view of the future. According to Pan-African social ecologist Modibo Kadali, uncovering these lost histories of past resistance can function as a locus for communities to reconnect with local heritage. And through community-led archaeology, emphasis on led, they can assert, quote, their community's place in history and its contribution to the human tradition of intimate direct democracy. This brings us to the example set by the autonomous heritage institutions that were set up following the start of the Syrian civil war and the proclamation of democratic autonomy in the Northeast. Having had the opportunity to interview several of the co-chairs of these committees, I'd like to tell you a bit more about how this process unfolded. In cities such as Afrin, Kobane, and others, part of the first autonomous cantons of the burgeoning Democratic Confederation, founding the Antiquities Committees was undertaken shortly after the proclamation of democratic autonomy. Initially, activities were limited to public outreach efforts in schools and neighborhoods, restoration work, and the monitoring of archaeological sites. Meanwhile, in Raqqa, Manbij, and other Arab-majority cities that were liberated from Islamic State at a later date, the destruction and looting of antiquities became so commonplace that it was quite literally turned into an institutionalized industry by IS's Divan al-Rikaz, the so-called Ministry of Precious Resources. We're all likely familiar with the iconoclastic destruction of prominent landmarks, statues, and mosaics perceived as idolatry. But the sale of artifacts would also become a major motivating factor for jihadists and poverty-stricken locals alike. Following the liberation of these cities by the Syrian Democratic Forces, the true toll of this would become known. Thousands of artifacts were missing from museums, and sites throughout the cities and countryside were damaged. The efforts to rebuild these museums and the region's national heritage also began shortly after their liberation. According to Nasiba Mustafa Al-Khalaf from Raqqa, building positive relations with local communities is a big part of this. For example, monitoring these sites requires close cooperation with locals due to the already immense strain placed upon the internal security services, the Asayish. The Antiquities Committees function in a similar manner to other institutions in the autonomous administration. Each region, Jazira, Tabqa, Diz es-Sor, etc., has its own regional committee, which meet together once a month in the overarching Executive Antiquities Council, which consists of the co-chairs of the regional departments along with the co-chairs of the Autonomous Administration's Executive Culture Committee. As with any other institution, each department practices the co-chair system, consisting of locals from each region, and given its decentralized nature, the new system is a clear departure from the heavily centralized and state-controlled heritage institutions of the Assad government. In contrast to the state's focus on creating a unified national identity, the outlook towards heritage in northeast Syria is that it belongs to all components of society, not a single social or ethnic group. And this approach is very much in line with the region's multicultural history. At the same time, iconography related to the region's past is also beginning to be reappropriated, such as the Zenobia Women's Union adopting the name of the eponymous queen. Decommercializing heritage has become a major focus, with strict provisions being created by the Executive Antiquities Council for the preservation and excavation of sites. But according to some of the committee members, the prevailing view of antiquities in the region still largely relates to their monetary value. Combating this mentality is part of why, through outreach initiatives, media, and education, there is a major focus on reconnecting communities and local heritage. And this counts doubly so for the younger generation, having grown up during the conflict. Whilst many people working within the Antiquities Committees attended university for archaeology or other subjects and had prior experience with excavations, there remains a serious deficit of experts. And until local education institutions and academies can incorporate archaeology into their curricula, this will likely remain the case. This leads to most of the restoration efforts being limited to improving the structural integrity of sites to prevent them from collapsing. Now, there's a lot more I would wish I could talk about here. For example, the role that women play in reclaiming their heritage and in these heritage institutions themselves, but I'll conclude with this. We still have a tremendously long way ahead of us if we are to change the ingrained state-centric mentality and develop a real community-led archaeology. But we can find an example in the practical experiences of Northeast Syria and the theoretical contributions of authors approaching history from below. So it should be considered of paramount importance to bring to the forefront those local histories of resistance and social organization, not just to inform our own praxis, but also to break the nation-state's mythos. And this is why I think it would be fitting to adapt Bookchin's famous quote to the context of archaeology. The assumption that what currently exists has always existed is the acid that corrodes all visionary thinking.
Thank you so much, David. That's a really powerful framing and also original research around the importance of connecting to histories from below and the decommercialization of not just heritage, but also like archaeology, right? And its implication in that, the building of the mythos of the state and ways of being able to connect to histories of resistance and struggle that debunk the narrative of the nation state, I think is a fabulous nexus of research. Thank you so much. Yeah, which one of you are going to start?
Okay.
I'm just going to hand it over to Renee and Irene.
First of all, we're very grateful to be here. I think the first thing to say is to thank the translators. In our case, we will, we have notes, and some of them were not so easy to transcribe, so they don't have a text, and they're going to just do this live in advance. So first, thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone assembled here, because I don't think any of this is possible without the care for listening, and we honor that effort. And at the same time, I mean, we also know that we wouldn't be here without comrades who are struggling and sacrificing everything all over the world, fighting these forces of death. And I really want to honor those people who make it all possible for us to even imagine what it is we're fighting for, reclaiming, because without that fight itself, there isn't much space for imagination. So, yeah. So we're a very small little fragment of the universe, but also vis-a-vis that level of sacrifice, we understand where we are in that order of things, and we're still quite small. So a big respect to those who we don't see, but make this space possible for us to imagine what we're reclaiming and struggling for. So that's I think I say that for all of the people who've been invited to speak. We're here to talk about art in relation to resistance and struggle. And I'm not sure if it's at the origin, but we're going to try to make actually an argument of its importance in all respects, including archaeology of older, what we could call art. We thought, as a way to warm up the space, we just thought it right now, that we would begin with biographical notes, since ours were so swervy, in relation to art. And I actually will break the rule of one story and just share two stories. The first one being that when I came as a child from Iran to Los Angeles via Athens, I didn't know how to speak English. And my first way of making friends was to make drawings. And maybe these are more not to be explained, but they're fragments and images of thinking about whatever is the force of art, or what we call art. The second is later, some years later, when I was now speaking English, an English teacher assigned us to read a book and write a report And it has maybe something to do with us and today. We were assigned something, like we were going to produce a paper and they were going to have it in advance. And somehow art is always disturbing the assignment. And so in this case, we asked our teacher, a friend of mine had a video camera, and we asked him, could we make a video about the book? And it was great fun. I'm sure that I would never remember even the name of that book, Red Sky at Morning. But I remember it because we made a film, because there's everything else from childhood, that period, I hardly remember anything that we read, that we had to do. But I really remember that because we had to play the role of women, and there was cross-dressing. Our teacher was queer, but not explicitly, so of course for him it was liberating. We were playing with gender, we were playing with each other, we were kind of allowing a space of and exploring a kind of freedom where we would make our own assignment. And rather than be given a task, we were making it pleasurable and desirable. And those are just two prefatory biographical notes about art and its kind of capacities. We'll try to continue to map out some possibilities.
René just asked me to do this biographical note related to art. When I was studying in Berlin, I was studying officially architecture. And actually somebody told me, oh, you have to look at this as very interesting artist. So I looked at this book and I was trying to read and understand. And the artist's name was Marcel Duchamp. And so it was something hard to grasp. And so over time, I understood that kind of note, look at this book, affected me. And maybe a few things to say. What was interesting about this artist is, one is a kind of not taking art too seriously and not taking the idea of work as serious. So there's a kind of, within this being artist, a kind of a critique of work, which I felt something close to. The other idea was this complexity of understanding, because sometimes one thinks like, oh, you have to be approaching, as an artist, approaching a public, so they need to understand. And Duchamp was the opposite of that. So with time, I understood that actually the intuition is that this complexity can be also a kind of a protection against commodification. I can't say that he's not commodified now, but if we enter a kind of a perspective of the artist as a maker and not as a kind of giving to an audience that is passive, that everybody can be taking that perspective of the making, then it's a different world we can live in. The other one, I mean, I think that's part of it, because we were talking about the kind of taking over even notions of decolonial feminism and a lot of things, no, with the comrades from Colombia and Argentina. So it's interesting to think about a complexity that is nourishing the struggle also. So, I mean, I know it's a little bit strange to tell the story here in this space, but especially thinking of work and the notion of class and working class and how like that kind of horizon relate to the critique of work, no? Okay, that's a story. I don't know if it's...
So, yeah. So that was a preface, so the introduction. Every theory is a practice, every practice is a theory. Their separation, if there is one, implies two theories, one avowed and one practiced, one which is unconscious. Art could be described as a practice that tries to live its theory, to put into practice a theory. So it can be, for us, not a rarefied space. That, by rarefied, I mean just something some people do. And so what is said, how it is done, form and the content are not separate for within that space of whatever we call art. And so in that sense, rather than seeing it as something, a group of professionals, and we'll come back to this in other moments today, but rather than see art as something that a rare group of people do, we want to liberate it from that and see it as a quality, as a practice that allows for a kind of a making, embodying theories, and a space for connecting what you feel, what you think, and how you do something and what you do. And so it is a kind of practice of freeing that hard separation that I think the reality that we're forced into, we can call it colonial realities, patriarchal realities, capitalist realities, that keep severing that intimate connection and making us think that actually there isn't a theory behind whatever practice we are doing. So that would be a kind of introduction, and thus also the form that this is going to take, not to overpromise, but maybe it already is underway, is trying to break a little bit that kind of rigidity of a lecture and try to find within it some space of play. So I hope that we can enlist your, I don't like the word participation, but somehow presence in that. Second introduction.
Second introduction, okay. Well, that same artist had a work in 1927 in an apartment, and it's called Door in 11 Rue Larry. So it's a door. And actually, an image came to me before this example. This example came after. And this image is the image of a hinge. The hinge is, you know, what connects and opens and closes the door. And so the short description of this work, the door is operated between two adjacent rooms. When it opens in one direction, it is closed in another, a condition by which the room is never fully independent from the adjacent spaces. Thus, ambiguity between what is seen, what is unseen. So why this is interesting in relation to what we are talking about? Let's say the room is art and life is the adjacent rooms always. And so this hinge that is connected to the door is going between the two. So in a way, art cannot be fully enclosed in one room. All the becoming of a life, the being with, the core of the common is what we define in this moment as a life, is connected to that art. So we cannot enclose life from art, we cannot enclose art from life as artists. They need to always be having this hinge and this relation of opening. And so, unfortunately, this becoming, this call, the common, has attacks on it, has reactive forces against it, against life. And
And thus, the revolutionary movement has to come as a result of that to defend this life. And so this revolutionary movement is against those reactive forces. And I mean, however, this, at the origin, the revolutionary movement is an affirmative movement. It wants to affirm a life. And what we saw in all these panels basically is a testimony to that, no? There is the earth, the abundance, the plants, the sky, everything there is about abundance, is about transformation, becoming together. However, all the reactive forces are about mining, controlling, depriving life from its livelihood and from its becoming, from commoning, from being together. And this is the meaning of the revolutionary movement somehow. Oftentimes it has to defend the life that is actually should be there, and we don't need to be constantly defending it, but this is the life we live in a way. So on many levels there is attacks on this life. Also, you know, the state, capital, you know, certain metaphysical thinking, religions, and their institutions, the schools, the university, the family, the church, the army, and the prisons and the camps. They all create figures of, you know, the priest, the soldier, the citizen, the intern, the migrant, and also the field of specialization, of work, of compensation through money, and all the professions. So it's all kind of, for us as artists, we need to kind of consider that door that opens whenever we, let's say the art, we can go to the art. What is this art? Okay, it could be painting, drawing, taking notes, sculpting, but also cooking and thinking, dancing, cleaning, learning. We don't distinguish necessarily, but all this, for it, we have to always not feel that this is enclosed, because then it's oppressive. If that act of painting is enclosed and this door is enclosed in just its own building, like the museum alone is itself something self-sufficient, then it becomes more part of these reactive forces. Then it supports all these things in life that we actually, as revolutionaries, I mean, I speak now as a way of mode of speaking, that those forces becomes a kind of reactive against what we wanted to do as artists, no? So that is, in a way, an attempt to start a conversation between art and its relation, and how one can think the revolutionary movement with art.
Okay. This is the closest to the lecture form. I think we will come. We will read. What can art say, unsay, do, undo in these precarious and yet precious times? We generally prefer to speak in between the others, and we are trying always to listen, thus weave with and through the words of others, the thoughts with others. But here we are asked and given the responsibility to speak, not necessarily in our own voice, since we are all carrying the voices of our communities, ancestors, but we have been invited to give a voice, to take up a voice. If this voice then speaks or carries any weight, the section is called with which voice we're speaking with. In what voice does one speak when one speaks? If this voice then speaks or carries any weight, any force and desire, it is from and with and for a communal. And we know that in communal efforts and struggles, sometimes we are forced to take up, and more often than not, given the responsibility to disseminate, on occasion, to spread, to share the news, the experiences, the questions, which particular struggles, particular experiences have borne. So before one speaks, it is critical to share where a voice is situated, positioned, where one stands. And it is largely from this situatedness that these reflections that we're sharing, questions on art and its potentialities, are being shared tonight. For the sake of brevity, we will say that in terms of our standing, one foot has been placed in city life, already at a distance from the life-giving and generating forces of Earth. It has been the site, whether in Tehran, Athens, Bethlehem, Berlin, New York, other places, all cities we have lived in, inhabited, where modernity, settler coloniality, imperial, metropolitan fantasies have been established, fostered, constructed. Another foot has been in the communal, in the pockets, borders, ghettos, margins, where modes of resistance, survival, and life-giving forces have been developed and maintained. These spaces of resilience and of hope have been self-organized and relied on everyday forms of solidarity and what our good friend David Graeber called everyday communism. They survive largely in antagonism to the logic of capital, but they are not immune to its subversions and destructions. At first, these spaces of autonomy have been largely based on ancestral and familial ties, which many here will relate to, bonds, experiences, and these have by and large been shaped by rural, village, internalized, incorporated, incorporealized village communal life. In our cases, Armenian life in Iran, Palestinian life in occupied Palestine. Later, this communal autonomy has been forced by a more intentional search to create in the heart of the alienated metropole of one of today's capitals for capital, Wall Street, just 2 blocks below, which is actually, Wall Street is one of the frontiers of the colonization of Turtle Island, what is called today Manhattan, New York City. There, with many friends, 2 blocks below at 16 Beaver Street, we found a space to search for, recover, retrieve a language, to speak, think, weave different struggles for life against the forces, machines, factories, producing, developing sadness, waste, pollution, destruction, death. So I'm trying to situate that this space as critical, first the communal spaces of autonomy and this space that we've been involved in, and this voice that speaks is not speaking as an individual anymore, but a carrier of these histories of conversations. So I continue. We have, without any funding or personal fortune or wealth, managed to liberate, to maintain an autonomous space, to find a common sense of our worlds and a sense to our worlds in common. We have cooked, read, seminared, occupied, thought, debated, watched, discussed, hosted, visited, marched, sang, danced, listened, shared, studied, struggled, learned and unlearned, and organized hundreds of encounters assemblies with friends and comrades from across the planet. We have searched with all those friends in open processes for now almost 25 years, 16 of those in this space of self-organization located at 16 Beaver Street. When we initiated that space in 1999, we could only dream of an anti-capitalist, anti-racist, anti-patriarchal, horizontal, anti-authoritarian movement to occupy Wall Street. We were then just still attempting to determine the grammar and sense of the movements and horizons, the alliances, the affinities, forces, and histories that would have to form to come together to conjoin in order for something like such an experience, an event, to take shape. Saying all of this does not in any way take away from the surprise or miraculous quality that this or any uprising, I'm now referring to the occupation of Wall Street, revolt, political rupture holds. It is only to acknowledge and give value to a largely hidden, subterranean, ongoing process that a community of artists, thinkers, writers, politically oriented, active people could help bring to life and hold and host, help realize. To act in solidarity directly where we may be was the idea. As a direct lesson from our compañeras and compañeros in Chiapas, to rather than relocate ourselves to Tunisia or Egypt, Yemen, Bahrain, Syria, where these revolutionary imaginaries emerged in late 2010 and 11, to extend the front and grammar, vocabulary of our struggles, and to do where we were, where we stood, naming our adversary, which became politically the 1%. This refuge space, this movement space, this learning space, this healing space, this nourishing space, this common space, we held together with and through what we call art. But we did this also intuiting and seeing the dominant spaces for teaching, studying, perceiving, exhibiting, collecting, commodifying, objectifying, colonizing, incarcerating, imprisoning, domesticating, cooling, freezing, fixing art to a form or forms, or even a search for forms, general or unique forms, that those existing institutions for art, given their colonial, racial, patriarchal, supremacist origins, would never allow such an experience of art to breathe, yet again flourish. So it is from this rich communal space and process that has been held together with many friends, from which we say and we saw an immense political and insurgent imaginary unfold. And it is through this very intense and real experience from which to which we give voice. And all the history books of art, and all the critics and historians of art, nor the museums or universities could ever teach us or give us anything like this experience. Okay. We play the game. We play the game of lecture and clapping. It worked. It was like a lecture. So we'll break that. And so Irene, second part is with which voice?
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm. So from where do we speak? I mean, from where do we speak was me. With which voice is it?
Voice. I think the question of language is also interesting. It's something to be aware of sometimes one thinks in relation to language, because monster can be inhabiting language, can start speaking through us. And so, in a way, art, literature, poetry is a place for what is the word for this kind of get out the spirits, exorcise those in language in a way. So to open language, and also maybe we can try, without too much kind of talking theoretical about language, to break it maybe into a voice, a sound. So we think of this as an instrument, and maybe we use it as a different kind of equipment, something, instrument. In this moment, we could use that together and think of a kind of energy and momentum and thoughts and wishes, and to our comrades in, let's say, we can make a voice or a sound. Even we can break the language, break it completely from being a voice into a sound, and the question of listening, and sending that kind of energy maybe to Kurdistan, to where all the comrades need that energy. So thinking of them, maybe we can propose a kind of a short 1-minute exercise that we can do together, that each of us can make that sound, voice, or something that you can hold for 1 minute, all of us together, and see that what can come out of this. Do you want to comment about how? Yeah.
I think that we will try an exercise now, just to kind of open the space and prepare the space for the conversation to emerge, that we try just for 1 minute to each find a sound to create that we could hold for 1 minute, and to think that through this collective process, we will generate some energetic transmission to our comrades in struggle. So it's just a space to find that sound together. And so maybe you will just mark a beginning and an end.
Yeah, we can count.
Maybe we give some time for folks to feel into it before we start.
They like to close eyes, it's also
Yeah.
possible.
No, go ahead.
If you would like to close your eyes, it's also possible, but it's not required. If it makes you feel, yeah, we can count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was almost 2 minutes. That was amazing.
So part 3 was that, actually. This is part 4. The heading is every one of us is a defeated artist. So this thought has come through thinking about art in a more expanded form. So we don't see art as a profession, although certainly there are such professionals, as there are many others. For us, art is a basic quality, a capacity, or means all beings have to nourish, to discover, to find a relation to their calling, to what makes them feel happy, to find, make life meaningful, to reach a potentiality, to create, to search for buen vivir, to put to question what they, we, how we do, to put to question the means by which we do or undo any task or doing, to find another way of doing things more meaningfully, more desirably, questioning meaning, questioning desire. Art is the means by which we can put the means and ends constantly in question, and that's a very critical dimension of our struggles. Art is not a field where some professionals make art for us. It's a basic capacity that needs to be nourished as a practice, which allows us to put those means and the ends always into question. And that's why it's such a generative and nourishing part of struggle. It's the basic ability to shape life, to form life, to find another way of doing things. And it is the plasticity of our existence. So we mentioned our friend David, and in The Dawn of Everything, I think this is a big theme with David Wengrow. David Graeber explores this question of why we're in this rut, where it seems that we can't change or renew our conditions of life. And we see art as a necessary space for playing with the form of life. So, yeah, maybe that's maybe it's also important to say that by sequestering art to a given form, or worse, to assigned chosen individuals, we have delimited and deprived people of their basic means of freedom. But this is not freedom as an abstract concept. It is freedom in its concrete practice. To play with and alter reality, to remove or remake the rules, not to avoid the game, as like the assignment that I was giving as an example of the teacher, but to make it more interesting, the game. And so I think it also has a very inherent relation to play. And because play is also this dimension that basically allows us to really take something that's fixed and give it another kind of possibility, a common use. A friend of ours talks about the inherent dimension of play being like children's games often take sacred rituals and profane them, something that would be untouchable, and that they give it, they can play with those rights, but they open the space to change the conditions and see it from another perspective. And I was thinking of this time we were in Palestine, driving to a weekly protest in Beli'in, where the community actually every week was doing something like an artistic practice, which every week they did some kind of artistic act. The week we had gone that week, they had constructed a wall, and then they were taking it and they were contesting the wall, which was going to take their lands. And so they built a wall and they carried the wall, and then the Israeli soldiers destroyed the wall. So it was a beautiful act and of aesthetic kind of resistance, and they were actually one of the few communities that have succeeded to stop the wall from taking their land, which they did, with a lot of efforts from the international solidarity movement. But before arriving to that protest, we saw a couple of kids, and they were, it was incredible. At that time, all the roads were blocked, full of checkpoints, and nobody could drive, and only people with international passports. And we saw these kids playing a game of checkpoint with each other and interchanging their roles. Like one was being the Israeli soldier, capturing the child that was throwing stones with a kind of wooden gun that they had made, and then patting him down and doing all the gestures of the checkpoint. And then suddenly the other child would take that role, and by playing with this kind of ritual of security, they were desactivating in a way the violence that they're subjected to, and giving themselves some space of freedom, of profaning this sacred security of a state, and no longer being victims of that, you know. And so it's a basic quality that art is a space of play to break and allow for plasticity of our everyday conditions. And the more we can allow that practice not to be enclosed, which I think the modern colonial kind of capitalist world does, and puts it in this space called the museum, but see it as an everyday practice that we all is deprived of us, except in childhood maybe, that we need to restore that as an everyday dimension of the struggle for creating like a daily practice of freedom. I think is for us a way of trying to see it, and maybe I'll conclude for now to open up the space, but it is for my part, and maybe Irene, you have some final remark. We took our time, I think, after you. So it's critical, I think, for us to recall that every dance, every beat, what we heard today, earlier, I mean, rather than see them in this kind of commodified form that is like virtuoso, that it arrives to us as like only certain people can dance, only certain people can play music. It's each of these gestures is very vernacular. It comes from people. It doesn't come from professionals. All the songs have been invented by us. And I think to recall every dance, every song, every beat, every sound we make, it has this deep memory of a life which is calling, which is ancestral, which is here, and it retains within it this potency and this desiring to make and unmake our worlds. And I think that's my kind of concluding note. And we have a lot more prepared, but we should discuss. But Irene, maybe the last part, and you know.
Should I? Maybe I would like to relate to two things that came up today and yesterday. I think James yesterday was saying, well, we have to distinguish between the state and the people, not to mix up the state and the people, and understand that the state is oppressive, meanwhile the people are a different story. That's one. The other, what Azra was asking in a very touching manner is, let me see what I wrote, not to hope, but to believe, and why, if the poor or the impoverished can live with very little means,
and fight. Why can't others, why can't we all do it? And so this is a question about of who we think we are and how we become who we are. So is it true that the state and what it kind of produces as in the name of their legalisms, the citizen, is it a completely different thing? Or how do they relate to this making of that citizen that can start to identify with what it forms? Basically, we are a kind of formation, and each moment we are constantly changing and forming. And so we have different forces acting on us. And so this question of basically of Azra is like, why do we accept to be in cities as walking cash machines, right? We are constantly working and paying. You walk a few distances and you have to pay to take the bus, you have to pay to do this, you have to pay, you have to work to get the money, you have to work. And so in a way that forms us. That's the outside that is basically folding on us. So the other image is this fold. There is the hinge, which, you know, the door and the hinge and maybe a window to an outside rather than a frame. But here is an image of a fold that is kind of forming through an outside someone. And it can be something that is desirable, but most of the time it's also monstrous, what is being produced through the states. We are basically produced in factories. The university is a factory, the schools are factories, the family is another factory. And so what kind of production is that? And how can we resist that production? And that's why the state and the people, basically they have to de-something themselves. If it's a colonial state, they have to decolonize themselves, but it's not a big scale. It's something also on another level. I understand what James is saying on a bigger scale, but on another scale, but it's not only a scale issue. It's a manner and the way that these forces enter us. It's the television, the phone, the internet today. I mean, everything is there to form us. It's not to inform, to form. And so, in a way, it's something that is crucial to the struggle. And maybe art is, for us, part of that. The image, text, the relation of image, text. So if we are artists, we have to, what we feel is also part of this formation, is to think in the widest sense about this and how we can resist it. And also how can we bring desirable folds into our lives. And I think a lot of younger folks, friends are attracted to the Kurdish struggle because it's an amazing fold, possibly. Because otherwise, the other folds are banalization of life. That's why there's a lot of depression, there's a lot of suicide in let's say, the modern world that we witness. So it is not only personal, those so-called personal issues are also political, but they also manifest themselves as kind of forces that come from the outside. So in a way to kind of see how we can, fold and in a different way, and also this is a process to be done together. And that's why when we are together, the forces are more beautiful, because we know that this is a kind of a forming we are creating, but it's a desirable one. It's not a commodification one. It's not about networking or creating a career or all this kind of industrial equipment that people usually go to the conference to kind of network, find a job, or promote oneself, and all this kind of objectification of oneself, finally. And so I know we can maybe stop here for a moment.
So the last, yeah. You want to give the... I think before we will move to questions. That was the point. But maybe as a last exercise and keeping the concentration, many people have in their bags a notebook with a pen and a paper. And apropos fold, we were thinking it would be great just to take a moment, each person. It will mean a lot to us, but I think also the organizers. If we just take 1 or 2 minutes, and in that time maybe we can just leave the space for a conversation to come, to just write a question that is close to your heart in this moment, something very that is staying with you. Maybe a few of you will have the sense to share it publicly, but if you don't, we would love to have that folded sheet of paper up here on the stage, and we will collect that and maybe work with that some more. It's not a feedback in that general sense. It's just a question that is close to you in this moment. So something that allows us to also perceive later on who was here, and to leave also an impression for us and the organizers. It will be very, very special if you will all do that. Just take a couple of minutes, 1 minute, and maybe in that time, if you wanted to, yeah.
And if you need paper, we can pass this around. Yeah, thank you so much. There's such a rich range of connections and ideas and undoings. I just want to reflect back a little bit on some of the connections that I see from the previous panel into the conversation here. And I think it was Barry who mentioned the unlearning that we have to do, the ways we have internalized capitalist modernity, and the importance of unlearning and undoing. And I think that's one of the main reasons, thinking about art and aesthetics and the arrangement of our senses and how we experience the world, life around us, our relationships to each other. They're so heavily colonized. And, it's precisely in the gestures or in the movements or in the feelings that we might not even be aware of that, it penetrates at the most insidious level. And so this work of unlearning, this work of rearrangement, this opening, I think is really, really crucial. And I think it also relates to what Nazan was talking about at the very end, about the sort of there never being a single thing. I don't know if I'm paraphrasing. I apologize if I get the quote wrong. But yeah. And this idea of breaking away from categories, from divisions that are predetermined, that are both oppressive, but also at some not so good level comfortable, because it's what we know, right? And that line of, that risk-taking, that moment when you can take flight and go a different direction or do something different, that can open up a whole range of possibilities, right? And I think that in some ways, one of the things I think about in relationship to this problem is our relationship to the unknown, like our relationship to what's not familiar, or what we don't know, or what we can't know. And I think that the space of play, of curiosity, of discovery, it's very, when it's circumscribed for us as children, it's to a certain degree allowable, and it's something that we don't really have access to as we get older. And so I'm kind of making these connections, but hopefully trying to formulate it into a question that all three of you can entertain. And this relationship to that which we don't know. I'm thinking, David, in terms of your work, the sort of the relationship to myth and the sort of the reclaiming of certain heritages, right, that are about decommodifying them, right, and I think that shift, if you can maybe think about, I don't know, and if it's too much of a stretch, it's cool, how this idea of a way of relating to a particular history that is not yet knowable or not known, or that leaves room for these other stories to be excavated in some way, right? That might be an interesting point to think about in relationship to these openings and these notions of play. And I think just the same invitation to Irene and Renee in terms of how you think about this relationship when you're doing your work in collective spaces, right? How do you negotiate that when you're trying to create something in a collective way that is taking us elsewhere, right? And at some point, as you all are writing your questions, I would love to know if maybe there can be a reflection moment about how you all experienced the music that we co-created for 2 minutes, how that felt for folks.
I mean, I'll just jump in. Maybe Irene and David want to add something. I mean, because that first part where I was reading a longer text, I mean, basically, if we think about it, like what's happening in Rojava is very much for us not only obviously based on a longer arc of struggle and centuries of resistance, but in the shorter history connected to whatever we were thinking about in New York at that time, to act in solidarity with the uprisings throughout North Africa and including in Syria. And I think, just to imagine a space that is organized by artists, what I was describing, could be part of that struggle, could host in a way among the various forces that came together in that time, the occupation of Wall Street, with many different friends and comrades that had for years frequented that space, is a kind of I think, a very important testament to the force that whatever that we're trying to describe, that isn't like a objectified, object-based art, but just that space of art could be part of that struggle. I think it's a very hard thing to connect guerrilla struggle and something in a very distant place in the heart of capital that is a group of people meeting for years, also carrying within them histories. And so there is a basic question about the infrastructures, the social infrastructures of, let's say, supremacy, of capitalist class supremacy, white supremacy, coloniality, the museums, the universities, all those structures that are largely shaped and continue to be shaped by those interests and those histories of supremacy. And so I think creating and self-organizing our own spaces and committing to those, including learning, because we really need to learn our way out of this trap we're in, and inventing these more plastic spaces that we can shape and think together, find a new language, is what I think we can walk away in this session thinking more about the force of it, because everything around us is made to capture it, commodify it, or to say that it's impotent and it's just a group of people meeting and talking about and not acting. And yet, I'm just here to like bring that news, that a community that commits to thinking together over a period of time can find those moments to act also together and create even a very viral force, and to not underestimate our capacities, and even if the space of art can do that. And I think what is interesting with David, your contribution, is trying to imagine what kind of infrastructures we need in disembedding ourselves from those institutions that tend to reify and reproduce the world that destroys all worlds finally, that destroys the multiplicity and difference that we're trying to affirm. So we could be, for instance, in Palestine or Rojava, or and trying to say, well, we're going to resist the occupation and we're going to create our own museum. But the form of the museum is the same colonial form that is part of the apparatus of oppression. And so just changing the content won't liberate us. So we have to, that's where this kind of form and content have to be reimagined and maybe recovered also. Because largely, I would say most of the colonized peoples of the world have maintained those cultures in the homes and in everyday practices, not in museums. And so how do we, when we do fight for our liberation, even in the liberated zones, when we practice archaeology, how do we preserve that heritage and not make a kind of new sacred order or a new space of separation? So
to touch a little bit upon unknowns, because in archaeology there are loads of unknowns, uncountable unknowns. I could name, I don't know, 1 billion different ones. And there's probably many more unknowns I don't even know about. But it's important that there are unknowns because they keep us questioning things. Now, a lot of these things that are unknown, many of them are likely or have been already in the past purposefully obscured. But I think that also brings with it a certain amount of pitfalls. And I think this actually plays a pretty major role in popular culture, especially surrounding archaeology, where the idea of an archaeological kind of counterculture has really been gaining like a lot of traction lately. And when I say archaeological counterculture, what I don't mean is re-examining the ideas about hierarchy that we have in the past, but more so on the kind of fringe side of Atlantis or ancient aliens. And these kinds of, like, I guess you could call them like dead ends, are very like popular in media. You see them in many places on the History Channel. Recently on Netflix, you had a very big documentary produced, a multi-million-dollar documentary by a pseudo-archaeologist whose name I will refrain from mentioning. And I think, if anything, that presents also a really great threat to digging up those real and true, tangible local heritages and heritage of resistance. And Modibo Kadali, in his book, which I would highly recommend, by the way, Intimate Direct Democracy, he deals a lot with these questions of heritage management and how these local communities can kind of dig those up again from the past. So I think in that regard, the unknowns that will remain with us likely for a long time will definitely provide these local communities with a lot of questions that they themselves can then answer.
Thank you.
I can say, but maybe it's good if people ask. No? I can say something about history, but maybe it's okay when people ask. No? This way we're not taking too much time.
Okay. So I see there's some folds of folded paper over there, but maybe as they accumulate, we can take some questions from the audience, or if someone wants to read their paper. Adriana has a question, or can we get a mic, please? And if you could say, the interpreters have asked me to ask you when you speak to first say what language you're going to speak in so that they can prepare for how to translate. I believe Adriana will speak in Spanish.
Es en español, en castellano, sí. Primero que hay que reafirmar que el arte sigue siendo un privilegio, ¿no? Que en Europa y Estados Unidos alguien puede ser artista y los pueblos originarios seguimos haciendo artesanía y folclore. Entonces, reconociendo que el arte sigue haciéndose en un mundo patriarcal y colonialista y racista, el cual también es reproducido por el arte, porque les artistas también han aportado a esa colonización y a ese mundo patriarcal, que ahora lo que hace es profundizar el individualismo. Lo que yo escuchaba es como procesos individuales, ¿no? Escuchar la música, hacer la pregunta. ¿Cómo se piensan ustedes o cómo se rompe el individualismo del arte? Que es lo mismo que la teoría y que muchas veces nos paraliza y evita que rompamos el patriarcado también desde el arte. No son procesos de catarsis, son procesos de revolución, dice la izquierda. Nosotras decimos procesos de dignidad. ¿Cómo creen ustedes que se hace ese puente entre el individualismo y la necesidad de un arte antipatriarcal, despatriarcalizador, más colectivo? Que lo estamos haciendo desde los pueblos. Pero digo que en Europa, Estados Unidos y la academia hay esta mirada individualista. Eso.
Questions?
I mean,
There's another question over there, and one over here.
I mean, it depends on how deeply we want to go and how much time we have. But I think that's a very rich question. So maybe just before we go like diluted,
okay,
because I think maybe things can get lost in translation. I would say that everything we've been talking about resonates with what you said, Adriana. I mean, maybe something could get lost, but the space that I've been describing, I would call, like in the general distribution of political economic analysis of, I think, still largely colonial, would be reproductive space. So I think art, that colonial and patriarchal kind of enclosure of art, is basically a space, seeing art as a space of production. In that old Marxist-like analysis, let's say. And I think that whatever we're interested in, in that, let's say, feminist analysis or questioning of Marx would be what we see is a reproductive space. I think there's a lot of danger there of calling that space art in the imaginary of the museums and those spaces, those colonial racist spaces. We could call them the social infrastructure of white supremacy or coloniality. But when even those artistic practices, let's say, that are connected to reproduction of ourselves, production of ourselves, our friend David Graeber gave a talk here some years back, and he said, he put reproduction in quotes, and he was saying, well, what economy is ultimately we are just producing ourselves and not things, and the people we want to live with. And I think that space that we were describing in New York, we never made things as individuals. We gathered, we assembled, we discussed collectively over many years with many friends, always finding new friends, people who came, hosting different people from struggles, listening to them, listening to their stories. And I was trying to say that part of whatever we share now is what we've learned after university, after those educational formations that almost we had to decolonize from. And it includes the figure of the artist is a problematic figure, obviously, because it's an enclosure of art. And so whatever we're trying to affirm is exactly, let's say, that space where whatever we make is largely for one another, and thinking and recreating who we are, who we want to become. And I think that space is always a communal process. The problem with the infrastructures that we have today with art is that they select individuals from even communities, and then they abstract that and put it into like an idea of just general consumption, and sometimes even individualization, commodification. So even practices that are, let's say, based on healing, they enter the museum and they become deformed and mutilated, right? Because suddenly a communal practice that was for caring for one another, creating a space, is suddenly now in this rarefied field that is cut off from its actual meaning-making space. So I don't know if it has coherence. Maybe, Irene, you want to add?
But also, in a way, some, let's say, who think of Marx and the analysis, they get lost in this idea of production and the production of things. Meanwhile, actually, it should be about the production of people. Sorry about the word production. Maybe it's not production, finally. It's something else. And so I think what you are saying and what you are practicing for us is what we call art. Now, the question of those, what René was mentioning, those who claim that art as a discipline or as a prestige or whatever, they are capturer, enclosures, capturer, because for us there's not this kind of, if there is a kind of distinction of what is art, what is not art, it's more in relation to a lived experience, and it's not a general one necessarily. It's more the feeling and the practice and the activity that when you are practicing with your comrades and with your wherever you are being formed. You are affecting it, and it's affecting you, whether it's a rug, a carpet, when I'm washing sometimes the dishes or René's washing the dishes, it can be seen, no? There's a reflection of light and you feel, wow, this is interesting, no? It doesn't have to be, of course, somebody, in the museum there's a capture of all kinds of things. And there is a lot of, you know, mystification about what is art, what is not art, but it's a fluid space, and yeah.
En castellano. También desde Bolivia, la Silvia Rivera, Cusicanqui, habla, pues nombra algo que muchas y muchos hemos sentido. ¿Ya?
There's no translation. Yeah, there's no translation. Oh, they're asking us to stop for a second.
Repeat.
And, yeah, can you start from the beginning?
¿Ya? Yes. ¿Ya? Decía que la Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui, desde eso que llaman Bolivia, nombró para muchas y muchos algo que me llegaba al corazón mientras escuchaba aquí, mientras cantamos o hicimos lo que hicimos. Y es lo que ella nombró como el referente neutro. Y que decimos, es bonito, es feo, está bien, está mal, neutro. Y no cuestionamos que ese referente neutro no solo es una fabricación y existe, sino que es clasista, racista, patriarcal, autoritario, pero además nos condena a la impotencia y al terror. Yo, por ejemplo, me paro aquí a hablar y siento miedo. Voy a hacer el ridículo. ¿Frente a quién? Al referente neutro, a ese referente que nos habita y que tenemos acá. Como no quiero explicar, entonces digo, por ejemplo, yo recuerdo cuando la virilidad se empezó a imponer sobre mí y cuando empezamos a sentirnos ridículos porque no éramos hombres como había que ser. Y la masculinidad, el referente neutro, la definió. Yo lo recuerdo. Pero si lo recuerdo en este contexto, entonces me estoy victimizando para no reconocer que soy patriarcal y reproduzco el patriarcado. Estoy conversando con el referente neutro para liberarme del patriarcado, que es un problema primero de nosotros los hombres. Y esa liberación requiere de una memoria, de algo que nos da miedo, nos paraliza. Y ese miedo que sentimos es el miedo a no ser viriles y masculinos, que se puede reemplazar por el otro miedo frente a la liberación de las mujeres, que pensamos que la liberación de las mujeres es de ellas, desde ellas, como un castigo a nosotros, cuando es un castigo al patriarcado y una oportunidad para liberarnos. Entonces, lo que quería nombrar es una pregunta que hizo el compañero que está allí esta mañana sobre bueno, cuando habló de decapitarlos, que habló de cómo nos condenan al terror, a la parálisis y a no salir. Justamente eso. Derrotar el referente neutro impone abandonar el ridículo, y abandonar el ridículo es negar lo que llaman arte, porque todas y todos somos artistas o nadie lo es. Muchas gracias.
I'm speaking in English. It's okay. So I want to pose a question. What makes a place an artist's place? And also the same question, what makes a place or this place a revolutionary place. And I see a connection there. And I would say the connection is playfulness. So if I observe this place and I see that there is like, it's just a conference, like people are talking, even if the content is revolutionary, I still feel it's not revolutionary. Nothing is happening. There's no joy, there's no sadness, something is missing. So for me, a place is revolutionary if it is more like, if we play with the space, if we make it more deep or more intense. And I wanted to ask or pose this in the room.
So do you want to take questions or do you want to answer them as they come?
I think there are more also comments that are rich. It would be great to hear more people if there is. Mm-hmm.
Someone right over there.
My question will be in English, and it's for David. If you're familiar with it, what are your thoughts on the concept of the human era calendar, which places the year 0, 10,000 years before the calendar we commonly use in the in the global north, and the use of this as a tool to have a more connected and inclusive understanding of our human history, which I feel is cut short by saying we've got the year 2023.
Well, I have to say, I'm not familiar with the calendar you're referring to, but there is certainly a lot wrong with the way that we currently label our dates, or at least it's very Eurocentric, which obviously already there's a lot wrong with that. Right now, like most people commonly will still use AD or BC, referring to the birth of Christ, and then that eventually got replaced with BCE, which refers to, instead of saying before Christ, is before Common Era. But what is Common Era? Well, really, it's only a common era to a very small select group of people. So in that regard, yeah, that would certainly be a very valuable step in the long run. I'm not familiar with the specific calendar you referred to, but it's definitely an area where, once again, that very state-centric, and in this case, Eurocentric focus lies within archaeology. And it still pertains to exist in this discipline today.
Are there any more questions? Maybe we can take another round.
So should I talk? Well, I'll be talking in English, but in very few moments I'll switch to Italian to say something that I don't know how to say it in English. Okay? So actually, I wrote something which is a question. So I can read a question, doing the two things together. And then something else happens, so there is another little consideration, which is a quotation. So the question is, why until now, in the last decades, so few people, I mean humans, between tra virgolette, have taken the initiative of not obeying, not conforming to the rules, not continuing to be wheels in the bigger machinery, not paying, not going to work to be paid, not replicating the, tra virgolette, the ordinary lives. Why so few people still hesitate to take the risk of being exposed to the consequences, puntini sospensivi, tra virgolette, marginalization being one of the worst ones. Why? How? Ale. So this is my question. Then I wrote a quotation because I heard a lot talking about museums. So this quotation is from an old, is a verse of an old song by a poet-songwriter, which says, "Inside the museums, infinity goes up on trials." An old song by Bob Dylan. And then I have a third thing to say, especially to David, because archaeology, everybody about every kind of theme. Today we talk about science, so archaeology is a science also. But as many sciences, since centuries ago, they affirm something as a fact. Now we know that is like this. Then time passes, no, it wasn't like this. But now we know that it's like this, and so on and on and on. So my last quotation, I'll say it in Italian, but the original text is in German. Scopo della scienza non è tanto quello di aprire una Scopo della scienza non è tanto quello di aprire una porta. Sorry, I start again, 3 times. The quotation. Scopo della scienza non è tanto quello di...
Wait. They'll let you know when the interpreter's ready.
Oh.
You make it.
Now,
Yeah,
okay, go. Scopo della scienza non è tanto quello di aprire una porta all'infinito sapere, quanto quello di porre una barriera all'infinita ignoranza. This is from the Vita di Galileo by Bertolt Brecht. Thank you.
Are there more questions, comments? Anybody wanting to read your questions?
I think maybe they can, come or stay. But ultimately, it would be nice to collect them. I think that...
There's a pile over there.
Yeah, the question of... I don't know, we can take the questions, some of the comments together, while maybe some others gather the strength or generosity to share some thoughts. But certainly, I think this question of a neutral reference is very interesting. And I mean, obviously, one would have to think about it more and read maybe to understand better what you were sharing, Manuel. But definitely in our kind of relation to whatever we've seen across these different years and practices, I would say that this kind of judgment is a huge kind of force, and underestimating the force of that in our ability to practice whatever would be a practice of freedom is releasing that judgment. And so many of these subjectivation processes, or the university, the school, all the things that Irene mentioned, those kind of folds are also about creating this kind of police and judge and jury in our bodies, and carrying that with us, and even beginning to look with the eyes of police. And I think, like a censor, like you know, when freedom is prohibited through various imposition of norms. And so part of whatever we are struggling against, I agree, as it was uttered earlier, it's connected to, it's within our own bodies. And so those practices, I think, that we could call artistic ones, again, not in this rarefied, colonial, racist, rarefied, objectified form, but in that kind of practice that is communal, that is always, I mean, even Marcel Duchamp or people that are in that rarefied colonial kind of history, they all come from communities. They didn't get their ideas by themselves, you know, and they are always a communal process that then gets individualized through the existing forms. I mean, for instance, like we were supposed to be in a university. University is a place where often you're practicing that. Common ideas are being shared, and you're taught how to take something from that common discussion and make an individual out of yourself, you know? And you get rewarded for that. And the art world works in the same way. So for us to really break out of those habits and modalities, I don't see another way or to decolonize, let's say. It requires inventing our own spaces with others that we maintain collectively and create even an ethical frameworks for not allowing ourselves to be individualized and separated. That's why, I mean, when I started reading the text, I was saying there are moments where, with what voice are we speaking, you know? I don't feel like these ideas are coming. I mean, I'm just feel responsible through all the beautiful bodies and voices and experiences that have allowed me, and it certainly wasn't the university. I mean, all these years of gathering together, 25 years, have just allowed me to exit all the imposed ideas, even self-hatred, contempt for, you know, as someone who immigrates to a new place as a child, and you want to enter that society, assimilate. I was saying to you, because we're both from Iran, even the way I speak English retains a kind of trace of a self-contempt, right? Because it tries to hide and erase the trace of where I'm from. And so it's a deep process, and I don't think it's something that ends in my life. But these occasions are just opportunities to share, like, to be that hinge.
Thank you. There's a question over there.
Yeah, it's rather maybe a comment on what the person in front of me said than a question, because you, the moderation, also talked about not knowing and not being conscious of things around us, like in an intellectual way, and how this may make it possible to head into a world that can't be oppressive no more, because there are no categories in which we understand ourselves and our environment. And so I feel like there's power in not being conscious of myself in various categories. And now I ask myself, what do I tell, for example, my mother to, like, follow me on my way, imagining another world? Do I just tell her, there's nothing to understand no more, so yeah, we can live in a world where no oppression can exist. And yeah, I was just like, yeah, thinking about, yeah, what role does not understanding things intellectually, but on another level, plays in our way and to another world.
If you don't mind, if I could answer the previous gentleman's question, perhaps, because I do have an answer for you here after a little bit of note-taking. Within archaeology, if that's no problem with you, obviously.
It's okay, we've thrown out all the processes.
Okay. So within archaeology, archaeology is, many people do call it a hard science, but ultimately it's always interdisciplinary, because archaeology deals with elements of anthropology, of history, of biology, chemistry, geology. I could go on and on and on. It's what I like about archaeology, especially. So within archaeology, there are things that we can establish as facts, relatively hard facts. We can use carbon-14 dating to give us pretty accurate datings for sites or when they were occupied. And there's also things that are down more to interpretation, like creating a typology, which is like a database of different types that a certain object or a house could take. That will always kind of be more down to interpretation, because that's something that we just don't, unless it was specifically written down for us, but obviously there's a lot of societies that didn't necessarily do that. That will always remain a question of interpretation. So there's varying levels of certainty within archaeology, and that's also kind of been reflected in the paradigms that archaeology as a discipline went through. It began very early with the culture historical paradigm, it was called. They believed that you could create very strict boundaries between different cultures or peoples, the pottery they used, etc. But they weren't necessarily working with a lot of data and whatnot. It was mostly based on what can we find, and then let's maybe try and put that together and make it make sense. Also a lot of racism going on in cultural historical archaeology, which wasn't that long ago. After that, you got processual archaeology with the introduction of more, hard scientific methods, you could say. In that regard, it moved very much more towards that factual idea of archaeology, but at the same time also silenced a lot of different interpretations from especially marginalized communities, and especially it removed the agency somewhat of people in the past. They were viewed more as data rather than individuals who made choices in their lives regardless of how long ago it was. And that change in perspective we usually refer to as post-processualism. I'm simplifying a bit here, but that's the vague grand scheme of things. But I think this distinction that we can make between fact and interpretation can also be quite liberatory, because I think even with hard facts, they can be used to build on in a very liberatory way. Once again, referring to Modibo Kadali, he has this great example of community archaeology in the deep American South, in a region called the Great Dismal Swamp, where LiDAR technology, which has become more and more accessible to groups and marginalized communities over time, can actually be used to uncover such lost histories that were basically kind of erased, silenced from our broader human historical history. So in that regard, there's two sides to that coin. And then as a final remark, I wanted to say, if there's any archaeologists in the audience who want to get in touch with people in northeast Syria, feel free to ask.
So I would like to make maybe a comment or a question. I don't really know what it is. Regarding kind of what one person here said before, that this kind of how we make categories and how we kind of base oppression on that, and how we should kind of get rid of categories. I'm more inclined to think kind of what Abdullah Öcalan says about emotional thinking and analytical thinking. For a long time, I was an artist, and that was what gave my life kind of meaning. But then I saw a lot of wrong in the world and wanted to do something about it, and stopped doing art and started doing politics because I felt I first tried to do the art thing, and then it didn't really affect the world. But then I realized that doing just politics made me also really empty, and it didn't, like nothing really felt anything. So in some sense, I think somehow what Abdullah Öcalan says about not letting emotional or analytical thinking dominate, but these need to be kind of balanced, is something that I find really important. So maybe also to balance kind of revolution, you need kind of emotion and analytics, so kind of quote unquote art and politics in some ways, because I guess art comes from like a lot of spiritual and religious practice, and it's something that actually gives meaning to life, but in an emotional sense, in a moral sense. There's no literal analytical meaning in a beautiful sunset, but it fills us with emotional meaning. So maybe somehow, I don't know, I'm still struggling how to combine these worlds. I guess that's what Öcalan says, we need to find how to combine this, but I don't know, this is something this talk made me think, and maybe wanting to get a little bit back to art again.
Thank you. And apropos of understanding also, this is a helpful comment. And I think it's also for me, in a way, in relation to speaking, my hope is to become, rather than speak of things, I would like to speak among things. And once I am able to say she or it, without addressing that it with I, and becoming within the states of like temperatures, and moving language from that space of strict rules, and so understanding requires a place of that is wide of context. It's not guaranteed things. We need to kind of prepare the space, prepare in time for the understanding hopefully to happen, because we're not sure. It's not a guarantee, but it's not about not doing that task of trying to do that analytical thinking. No, it's precisely more at another level, attacking that language and trying to approach it in many different ways, not one way. I forgot what I was trying to say also. In a way that also language is one process among others, and this is what is helpful about art possibly, is to not over centralize language. If we can find other modes and ways of being together, of feeling, of thinking, also it would help, because language can be also in the worst way oppressive and too logocentric and too masculine and too patriarchal. You know, it's so disactivate it a little bit and find different processes, put it in another place, see different ways to handle it.
I know it's getting late, but I wanted to just, in response to that last comment question and following up on maybe in a different way from what you said, When I was talking about the ways in which we're not even aware of certain experiences in our own reactions or feelings, I was thinking about it in relationship to the way we can reproduce relations of domination without being aware of it, right? That there's, even at the level of how we, first at the level of how we feel, like even at the level of sensation, because we in the global north, we are drenched in a particular logic that works on us every day. And unless we're trying to interrupt that logic or that normative way of experiencing the world, it's much bigger than any single person. And so the idea of thinking about how art can disrupt certain patterns that are part of the everyday experience, again, in the global north, the question then comes, how do we move from a space of just interrupting, right, to creating structures, contexts, and an infrastructure, for lack of a better word. I think this is something that came up in our discussions earlier, before the panel, that can sustain something over a long period of time, that can sustain building a different way of experiencing the world or being together, that is not just about like the one-off interruption, but that are actually building new capacities and new ways of being together. And I think there's a rich history of experience that there's not enough time to discuss, of the different kinds of spaces that you're co-creating with different autonomous communities. But I think the work on, is it 16 Beaver? Has been part of that history in the way that I understand it. But yeah, that's just some of my concluding remarks around the need for us to collectively think about how to create convivial spaces that we can sustain over time and different geographies. So, Irene is telling me that maybe Adriana had another question. I can't see, or comment.
Hola. Sí.
Spanish.
Un comentario en Spanish.
Un moment, please, Adriana. Un momento, por favor. Sí, adelante.
Sí, es sobre lo que decía René, de que los pensamientos, las propuestas, la creatividad es comunitaria, pero el arte tiene la capacidad de volverla individual e individualista. Ese es un problema. Y el segundo es, creo que nos olvidamos a veces en la reflexión las relaciones de poder. Hay que reconceptualizar el arte y pensar que la cocina también es arte. Pero mientras siga siendo trabajo impago para las mujeres, no puede ser arte. Y mientras las mujeres migrantes vengan a cocinar aquí, dejando a sus hijos allá, no puede ser arte. Entonces, yo puedo encontrar este equilibrio que decía entre lo racional y lo emocional, pero una puesta de sol va a ser artístico en cualquier parte del mundo, y cocinar no. Cocinar no va a ser artístico en cualquier parte del mundo. Eso es. Gracias por su tiempo.
Well, I think I'm going to officially close the evening. I don't know
Could
if...
I add one little thought?
Okay.
Because it's connected. I mean,
Sure.
for Adriana's, I think it's more like a provocation to continue to think beyond tonight. I just want to say one thing related to this question of Öcalan and this question of affective, emotional knowledge and analytic knowledge. And I just want to think that whatever we've been talking about art, it's a troubling word because it just keeps coming back to this colonial idea of art, and we're trying to wrestle it away. I mean, another way that I would try to say that the art that I think as a word to try to define it maybe after, post factum, is like that dimension of any doing that allows us to reconsider how and what it's doing. And I will say that that is what I call art, and I think every activity, whether it's paid or unpaid, and maybe that's coming to the debate with Adriana, retains within it that question. If I think about like the earliest art forms, we can't say it's this or that, but let's say it's a musical form or it's a drawing on a wall. They allow through the depiction of life forms, they allow a distancing, a representational field. They give an image of the practices and processes of a community. But they at the same time allow for that, through that distance, for a space of reflection, a measure, dismeasure in relation to the cosmos. And I think that the colony basically isolated this capacity into what's called art in that rarefied form. But it doesn't mean that that space of feeling, of questioning, it needs to be eliminated. It needs to be rebrought, liberated from its sequestered colonial trap of being just an isolated space. It needs to inhabit everyday practice, and I do see in the village that we've been inhabiting in Armenia in the mountains, for example, for the last 8 years, every detail of the practices, there is a kind of a quality to them in the way that each household practices it, that is from the way the space is organized, from everything that has that questioning. It's not industrial, it's vernacular. And so I'm still crossed by that capacity and don't see it as we're calling that art. We're calling that capacity to shape our worlds and reshape them and to reconsider them as the artistic side of cooking, of cleaning, and that would put the social relations into question, that would put everything in our genders, all those things. So to be continued, but that's where we were going with it tonight. So thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Thank you, everyone. Havin or someone, are there any general announcements that we want to make for closing out the evening in terms of tomorrow, cleaning the space? Yeah.
The translators are saying something.
No, Havin, por favor. No, because the translators can't hear you.
Oh yeah, okay, Raima is there about
Okay. Okay, okay. Actually, he should maybe say it, but can you take all the papers that are on the chairs and all the other rubbish with you? So the chairs stay as they are. So do the cabins, apparently. There will be some help maybe needed outside, but you can ask our friends if so. Basically, that's it. Go to the workshops, come back here on Sunday at 9:30.
And we need 2 or 3 friends to just put down this wall there.
Thank you, everyone.